Very good morning to everybody present here today. My name is Eva Brooks, and I will be giving the welcome speech for today's conference and kicking off this event laying ahead of us. So therefore, it is my great pleasure to open the 5th EAI International Online Conference on Design, Learning and Innovation, DLI 2020, and to welcome the participants from all over the world who during the conference will exchange experience on this exciting and cross-disciplinary field of research. We are fortunate to have the support from the European Alliance of Innovation, in particular Barbara Sintave, who was with us when we started the preparation of the conference, and as well Viltare Platzner, who took over after Barbara and have carried out this final and often stressful part of the preparation. It is a challenging business. Thanks to both of you for your great support. Also, a thank you to Imrich Klamtak, who is chairing the steering committee of DLI. Allow me also to direct a warm thank you to the organizing committee, Anders Karsgaard Möller and Christina Sylla, who with great enthusiasm and competence have chaired the technical program committee. Thanks to both of you. João Martino Moura, our web chair. João is a busy digital artist and at the moment is also finishing his PhD. We could not have had a more skilled webmaster. Thank you, João, and good luck with your PhD work. I would also like to direct a warm thank you to our local supporters from Aalborg University. Camilla Finsterberg-Kaup, Dorina Gnaug, Anders Karsgaard Möller, and Kjell Thorgård, who is head of the Department of Culture and Learning. And all of them have greatly helped in organizing this conference. DLI is co-located with Arts IT, and I will therefore direct my greetings to them for a successful day. I would like to express my sincere thank you to the Technical Program Committee. Thanks a lot for your great support during the paper review process. And last but not least, I would like to thank all the delegates for your paper contributions. This conference started in 2016 at Aalborg University campus in Esbjerg, and since then it has taken place at the Technological Education Institute of Crete in Heraklion, at Minot University in Braga, Portugal, and last year at Aalborg University in Denmark. This year is a bit different though, and it has created an unusual situation due to the COVID-19, which is why this year's conference is carried out in an online version. So, even though we have dealt with a challenging situation, we are proud to get going with the conference here today. This has a special value as it is taking place remotely through the use of digital technology, where we for sure can stay safe, but however, the dynamics of a physical conference will be a bit challenged, but we hope and we trust that all of us will deal with this the best way we can. The program today is divided into 4 sessions with breaks in between. The paper presentations will be in the form of videos, as you know, followed by a question and answer session in the Slack platform. I would like to conclude my talk by encouraging the delegates to participate actively in the discussions after the presentation. This will bring a great international perspective to these discussions. I wish everyone a successful, safe, and fruitful conference. I sincerely hope you will enjoy today. Thank you very much for your participation.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the 5th EAI International Conference on Design, Learning and Innovation DLI 2020 held in this virtual interactive setting. I am Viltare Platzner, the EAI Conference Manager of DLI 2020. Unfortunately, due to the virus, I'm not able to meet all of you in person, so I'm using this opportunity to address the organizing committee, the authors, and all the participants on behalf of EAI. I would like to thank all of you for being a part of this conference and for your involvement with EAI. I would also like to thank the General Chair Eva Brooks and the Technical Program Committee Chairs Anders Karlsgaard-Müller, Christina Sila, together with the whole organizing committee for their hard and excellent work throughout the whole process of the conference preparation. Today, during this streaming, you can actively participate by joining the QAI on Slack throughout the link that you can see below this video, upon accessing the EAI DLI 2020 Slack workspace. I would also like to use this message to invite you to join us again at the EAI DLI 2021. Should you be interested in becoming a part of the next year's organizing committee or the technical program committee, please do not hesitate to contact me at my email address below. If you're interested in discussing other possible cooperation, conference, a workshop, or a new event altogether, please contact me at my email address as well. Now, my colleague Michal will present you with what EAI does, who we are, and how you can get involved in our various activities. Thank you for your attention and enjoy EAI DLI 2020.
Hi everyone, my name is Michal Dudic. I'm the Community Manager at EAI, European Alliance for Innovation. It's my pleasure to welcome you at this conference and say a few words about who we are and what we can do for you and your research career. In short, EAI is a global community for a greener, healthier and smarter world. As of today, we are home to more than 60,000 members from 167 countries, and we reach out to tens of thousands of subscribers. As an organization, we are non-profit from day one, and what is most important to us is that we remain open to all researchers from all around the world thanks to membership that is completely free. We organize more than 100 events annually, such as this conference, and we do so in publishing partnership with Springer. I said in the beginning that EAI is a community, so let's talk about what that means and what it means for you. To put it briefly, we give our members a platform that builds their research. We do it with 3 main online community services where members come together to help each other write a better paper, get an objective review, and get recognized fairly. The 3 services in question are EAI Compass, Community Review, and EAI Index. Firstly, EAI Compass is an online app where you can meet and connect with new colleagues and get feedback on your paper as well as your presentation. In addition to that, it lets you download all full papers that will be presented at this conference, and you can vote on your favorite presentations as well as see everyone who is here and connect with them. You can do this right now if you go to EAI Compass website, compass.eai.eu. Next, we are improving the classic conference review process with community review. It has already been in use at all our events since 2019, and we were very excited to hear a lot of positive feedback from program committee members regarding the reliability and the speed of the community review. Let's talk briefly about what community review does. Essentially, it is a website that shows abstracts of papers that are right in the middle of the review process, as long as the authors allow it, of course. And all EAI members may then bid to review specific papers. When they submit their bid, they put in their bio and their qualifications, which are sent to the program committee, who can then decide whether or not this bidder is qualified to review the paper they bid on. This relatively easy access to review opportunities means that bidders really need to put their best foot forward if they wish to be selected, which improves the quality of the entire review process. At the end of the day, this benefits you, the author. And last but not least, let me tell you a thing or two about EAI Index. EAI Index is our credit-based evaluation system that we rolled out this year to all of our conferences and journals that allow you to climb the global ranks of EAI community and get recognized for your work. It calculates a number value for most actions you make, such as getting your paper accepted or submitting a review, and these numbers accumulate for 12 months. At the end of this 12-month period, we put together a ladder of all EAI members, and the ones at the top receive a nomination to one of the membership ranks: senior member, distinguished member, or fellow. For each action that is eligible for EAI index credits, we'll look at the quality of your action as it was evaluated by another member of the community, such as, for example, the review score of your submission. To make sure that the system is fair to newcomers, every 12 months the credit count gets erased, the ones at the top receive their nominations, and every member starts at 0 for the following 12 months. And finally, Smart Submit is a collaboration feature that is coming later this year. It will allow you to submit your research ideas and your work in progress abstracts to get the kind of help and feedback you're looking for. Maybe you are looking for co-authors, maybe you would like to find a mentor or a mentee, or maybe you want to find out how the community feels about your idea. This is what Smart Submit is designed for. Ultimately, it's about helping you write a better paper and increasing your chances of getting accepted. Again, we will be launching this feature later this year, so stay tuned. And so I'm going to leave you with many different ways to get engaged at different levels. There are lots of opportunities in many of our events and publications, which means many ways to connect with people and collaborate. You may learn more about everything I just talked about at our website, eai.eu. These services exist to help you and to make your lives easier, so we encourage you to send us your comments, ideas, and feedback to community@eai.eu. And if you're interested in volunteering and contributing, you can let us know at the same email address. Don't forget that you can use EAI Compass to vote on presentations in real time to determine which ones are the best, as well as to download all full papers that will be presented today. Just make sure that you log in using the same email address as the one you used to register to this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy the conference, and I hope we will see everyone online soon.
Hello, my name is Pedro Ribeiro. I want to talk today about the impacts of a digitally augmented reading instruction on the reading motivation and comprehension of third graders from a primary school in Germany. When students enter in primary school, they are typically highly motivated to learn to read. However, in the final years in the primary school, their reading motivation declines. The question is, why? The fact is, the students develop basal reading skills in the first years in the primary school, and then they have the difficult task of learning to understand what they read in the last years. And of course, reading comprehension is complex. It's a process which requires persistence and effort. And this is even more difficult if there are gaps in the development of certain basal skills. As a result, children do not read in their free time and refuse to read text repeatedly to improve their reading competence. Additionally, the class environment typically focuses more on content and less on enjoyment, and does not entirely foster a culture where children participate in making decisions and choices. Another interesting fact comes from a study about the progress in international reading literacy from 2016, which reveals that the level of reading motivation in German fourth grade students has declined in recent years and has reached the lowest level since 2001. Nowadays, digital media is part of the reading curriculum in our schools. But of course, digital media has to be integrated meaningfully, and of course that will require new learning and teaching ways, as well as the design of new learning environments. So in this context, we consider that it's important to come up with new digital media-based solutions and approaches which aims the promotion of reading motivation and comprehension. 4 years ago, we envisioned an augmented reading environment which we call STREAM. STREAM should be capable of supporting the reading aloud activities, allowing, for instance, children to collaboratively alter and control digital media effects for a specific narrative. So, for example, with STREAM, children could decide to create an illustration of a forest that will be projected on the wall while reading a specific line of a theater script. Or because the context is a forest, children could also select the audio of birds or choose a greenish color for the ambient lights. Later, children could use STREAM to read and control the digital media effects they previously created. With the aim of pursuing this vision, we established a partnership with a local primary school and organized a free time activity for children where the main target was the participatory design of STREAM. The design sessions took place regularly at the school's library, and the design team was composed of 2 interaction designers, 1 teacher, and 9 children aged between 8 and 10 years. We used different ideation techniques, storyboards, scale models. We built several prototypes and evolved the solution, always considering the children and teachers' feedback. At the end of the participatory design activity, we had tablet-based technology which was optimized to support readers' theater activities, and in that sense, STREAM offered a collection of interesting features, such as the story script, which allows the visualization of the script, and the touch-based text navigation. There was also the highlight functionality, which allows children to mark the texts they are responsible for. And of course, here there was a different color scheme for each row. Alternatively, this highlighting feature could be used to support the teacher to run different types of activities, such as finding words or to find important facts of the narrative. Another interesting feature was the modeled reading. So basically, STREAM here offers the possibility for children to hear someone reading the texts in the perfect way, so very fluently. So and in that way, children have a model, a reference of how they should read. They could hear the complete story, part of the story, or even only some specific lines of a character. Also very interesting feature is the word cloud. So word cloud allows children to select words that will be clustered and displayed in the projection screen in the classroom. So the idea here is to allow the teacher to run some activities, such as, for example, asking students to identify words they don't know the meaning, or finding words which are difficult to spell. And of course, this word cloud would allow the teacher to visualize, to have a good picture of what are, for example, the words which are difficult for children. The more frequent a word is ticked by the children, the bigger it will become, in order to map this frequency and to be very easily to see. STREAM also offers a lexicon feature, which basically provides a meaning for words that are likely to be unknown by a third grader. whenever these words should be somehow known by children, then String guides the children to obtain the meaning of the word, so suggesting a strategy to find out the meaning, for example, by by paying attention to the context. Another interesting feature is the record, listen, reflect. So here the idea is to allow children to record their reading performance and to allow them to revisit this performance and listen to their records, and also to support them in the reflection of their performance and try to identify which kind of mistakes they did and try to support them in the definition of the improvement goals. So then they basically have to listen to their performance and answer questions such as if they pronounce every word correctly, if they pay attention to the punctuation, if it was a reasonable speed or if it was too fast or too slow. String also offers predefined book cover for every story that basically supports teacher in encouraging students to predict the story. So basically this book cover is typically the projection of an illustration of the story, which is complemented by some soundscape and some light effects. So this environment will be kind of suggesting or trying to stimulate the imagination of children and will allow them to predict what might happen in the story. And of course, this is a practice which typically impacts the students' comprehension of the text. String also allows children to create digital media effects for the story. So here the basic idea is that children have to first understand a part of the text which they want to enrich with some digital media effects. So first they need to understand this part of the text, and based on this understanding they might create some illustration, or they might create some sound or light effect. And for that there is an authoring environment inside String environment, which allows children to create those effects. Just for example, to create an illustration, it's basically using a drag and drop mechanism to move the characters of the story, or to change the setting, and so on. And also it also allows the children to choose some sound effects, or to build some light effects also. So of course afterwards, as soon as children already create and associated some digital media effects to a very specific part of the text, then they will be able to trigger those effects. And typically interesting it is that while they're reading, they are able to trigger those effects to complement their reading performance. Okay. Besides working on the String technology, we also work on the development of a pedagogical framework which allowed us to create reading instructions with String, or in other words, an IRIS instruction. The IRIS instructions have three supportive instructional elements. First, we have the motivation enhancing instructional practice, such as supporting intrinsic reading motivation, regulates intrinsic reading motivation, and scaffolding reading fluency and comprehension strategy. Secondly, it offers a meaningful and authentic context through the reader's theater, through mini lessons, and of course also through String. Finally, it also offers a balanced instructional structure, which is a contextual structure that helps in the design of a weekly reading instruction, ideally divided through 5 days with an hour per day. During the week, students get familiar with the theater script, they plan the performance, they rehearse, and finally they execute a reading performance in front of an audience. At the day level, the targeted instruction is divided into 3 phases: the getting start, elaboration, and the fading out. In order to provide more concreteness, let me give you an example of a week instruction. So on Monday, the catch attention activity starts with the teacher facilitating an activity where students are asked to anticipate and predict the plots of the narrative by analyzing the book cover displayed with stream system. Also on Monday, after communicating the goals to the students, in the elaboration phase, students can use the word cloud function to send unknown words to a projection screen. Typically, students will use word cloud while listening to a model reading recorded in Stream app. The unit ends with the reflection and evaluation phase. On Tuesday, the students choose their role and work on the common understanding of the text. The instruction starts by activating prior knowledge about the characters which are displayed on the projection screen and communicating the goals and challenges of the day. In the mini lesson, the teacher forms small groups in which students then choose and highlight their roles by using the Stream app. Following this, students have the task to create digital media effects. This authoring process is targeted to support the learning and application of comprehension strategies such as visualization, questioning, and thinking aloud. On Tuesday, children also discuss and collaborate in order to guarantee the coherency among the different digital media effects created by different students. On Wednesday, in the catch attention phase, teachers use the Stream app to read and trigger digital media effects which purposefully present errors and incoherencies. Children are then encouraged to foster their capacities to analyze and criticize digital media effects created by the other students. In the elaboration phase, children refine and finish the digital media effects, and of course, the day ends with the reflection and evaluation phase. Thursday is the day of rehearsal. In the catch attention phase, the teacher reads a part of the script with a poor reading fluency performance and encourages their students to identify the problem. So, for example, wrong prosody. Afterwards, the students use the functionality record, listen, reflect in order to reflect on their own reading performance and try to find strategies to improve. The last action in the elaboration phase is the final rehearsal, where students read their parts while triggering the digital media effects. The teacher can interrupt the performance to provide direct feedback and instructions. Finally, on Friday, the teacher starts by making some warm-up exercises with the students to prepare them for reading aloud and increase concentration. Then after the technical check of the stream system, the students finally do their reading performance in front of an audience and receive direct feedback from the teacher and the audience. Having the stream technology and the iris instruction, we come up with the following main research questions. So firstly, what is the impact of the use of iris in students' reading comprehension? And secondly, what is the impact of the use of iris on the reading motivation of third graders? To answer these questions, we designed and conducted a study in a real-world setting that consisted of planning the instruction units for iris, conducting the iris instruction, and testing the effectiveness of the proposed instruction. Accordingly, an 8-week instruction for third grade students was planned for a local primary school. This was a quasi-experimental study with pre- and post-test design. The study ran from January 2019 until April 2019, involving 56 students from 3 different third grade classes. The first class consisted of 20 students, and here we applied the iris instruction. The second class consisted of 16 students, where we apply traditional readers theater. And the third class consists of 20 students, and here we follow a conventional instruction for reading competence promotion. We assessed the reading motivation and comprehension using the standardized questionnaires for motivation and the normalized ELF2 test for reading comprehension. So speaking now about the results and regarding the reading comprehension and concretely the composite word and sentence comprehension. So as a starting point, we compare the competence of the 3 different classes, before the treatment, and the analysis of variance yield no significant difference between the classes. With regard to the overall reading comprehension, the classes improved during the intervention significantly. And they also differ significantly between each other. It has to be noted that the IRIS class was the class that registered the lowest increase. We also assessed the error rate. The results revealed that IRIS was the class that registered the strongest decrease in the error rate, followed by the RTI class. And it's also have to be noted that contrary to the two previous groups, so IRIS and RTI, CRI class slightly increased the error rates. It is also worth to mention that the distribution of the difference between post-error rate and pre-error rate between the groups was significant, and the IRIS class significantly differed from the CRI class. Finally, regarding reading motivation, we found that the motivation progress was significantly different between the groups. In fact, the reading motivation significantly increased in the IRIS class. To be noted also that the motivation decreased in the CRI group, and the difference is significant between IRIS and CRI. So now some quick observations about the results. So of course it requires time to learn the IRIS instruction and to properly use the screen in an educational context, and this is valid for students and teachers. So having this in mind, the results might have been affected. So we have to reassess the efforts required to be proficient in IRIS and to reassess the gradual release plan. Also in future studies designs, we need to consider the integration of more than 2 measurement points. Another observation is that the harmful potential of technology to distract students cannot be ignored. So for instance, the high motivation to use technology in the beginning might have slowed down the development of reading comprehension. So here the distraction risks must be reassessed, and further research is required to find a good balance between the benefits and disadvantages of using screen. Finally, the teacher's influence may have created a bias, so it makes sense in the future to evaluate IRIS with different teachers and collect data from students about their attitude towards their teachers and consider it in the analysis. So just to finish this presentation, so at the moment we are finishing the analysis of the feedback we received from teacher and finishing the analysis of videos we record from the IRIS instruction. And based on these results, we will redesign the screen technology and try to enhance the IRIS instruction. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Junxiong Huang. I am a teacher at Lindong University in Taiwan. I am very happy to have this chance to give this presentation. Today, I want to talk about some of work in the field of explore the effect of usefulness and the ease of use in digital game-based learning on student learning motivation, attitude, and satisfaction. This study produced and developed a computer role-playing game which aimed at 108 first-year college students. It covers the relationship between the usefulness and the ease of use of digital game-based learning and student learning motivation, learning attitude, and learning satisfaction. Introduction. In terms of the concept of situated teaching, the meaning of knowledge cannot be isolated from the context. The computer role-playing game applies a variety of labels designed to form and reach and reasonable stylely. The digital game-based learning system can provide learners with an active learning environment and opportunity. Through this way of learning, it breeds more present and stimulating in the learning process, which not only enhances motivation and interest, but also improves learning effectiveness. Digital game-based learning is a valuable study for teachers and students in terms of teaching strategy and method to enhance students' motivation, attitude, and satisfaction, and enhance student learning effectiveness. Therefore, this study will explore the relationship between the use of computer role-playing games in methodology literature, the usefulness of perception, the ease of perception, and the learning motivation, attitude, and satisfaction of students. Review literature. Digital game-based learning is a student's certain teaching method that can describe the frustration of learners. In combined digital game with teaching content and consider learners' learning and connected style. Motivation is the requirement to reach reserve goals and the initial point for a series of philosophical processes that drive individuals to influence behavior. The motivation for learning in this study is from the perspective of internal motivation. Attitude is different from motivation. Attitude is a group of belief, and motivation is the reason for doing something. Attitudes are also usually different from belief because attitudes have a moderate duration, stress, and stability. Satisfaction is a kind of psychological science and an abstract term as well. When the learning topic helps to fulfill student expectations and needs, they can increase student satisfaction. Learning through a series of interactions allow learners and instructors, our learners and testers to have a large number of good interactions, which is also a way to improve learning satisfaction. Methodology. This study used the input process outcome game model. It produced a computer role-playing game with the learning content in the game, which is set to the Shanghai Jin mythology literature course. The learner can control the roles in the adventure and the puzzle subs of the game under the rich and reasonable storyline. Okay, show the game now. Now, let's press the button for the new game.
从前，从前，在鹰王山上住着一种妖怪獾。山上作物稀少，獾群不得不下山觅食。
At the beginning of the game, there is an animation to decrypt the word of the game.
直到有天，出现了一名神秘的
Eventually explained that students should play the character in the story, explore the environment, and collect information to solve problems in the mythological story of Shanghai Jin. Next, explain the operation method of the game. We can use the 4 buttons up, down, left, and right to control the character walking. Time is limited. I have 2 parts, and we can control the character to work in the game. Okay, we can control the character to work in the game, and we can talk to NPC, non-player character to get information. We can use the 4 buttons up, left, right, and down to control character. And correct information to solve problem. Okay, time is limited. I have to end the game first. This study focuses on the relationship between the use of computer role-playing games in the teaching of mythology and literature course, and it explored the relationship among perception of student usefulness, ease of use, learning motivation, learning attitude, and learning satisfaction. Research hypothesis. All dimensions of this study refer to relevant literature for the definition and operation of variables. Data collections. The Richter 5-point scale is used in this research. After taking an 18-minute computer role-playing game in mythology and literature course for the freshman student of the Department of Digital Media Design of Lindong University. The questionnaire is distributed and filled out. Research results. Reliability analysis. Compute alpha value of the 5 dimensions such as usefulness, ease of use, learning motivation, learning attitude, learning satisfaction are higher than 0.8. Reliability analysis table. Methodology analysis. Through the GamAll surgical test, the GamAll value is between 0 and 1. The closer the value is to 1, the higher the correlation of the variable is, which is more suitable for factor analysis. The GamAll value in order to understand the first variables between the facets and whether there is a relationship between the facets. The result I show in table through Pearson correlation analysis. Pearson correlation analysis table. regression analysis. In order to understand the fruits among the phases, this study will carry out regression analysis to create the relationship between each other. Table of three-modal regression analysis arrangement. Conclusion. Usefulness with a factor student learning motivation. Ease of use cannot affect students' learning motivation. Usefulness with a factor student learning attitude. Ease of use cannot affect learning attitude. Usefulness will affect learning satisfaction. Ease of use cannot affect learning satisfaction. Research conclusion. When discussed, the impact relationship, usefulness, and have a respective impact on learning motivation, learning attitude, and learning satisfaction. However, ease of use does not harm for learning motivation, learning attitude, and learning satisfaction. This result is somehow different from the reach of some scholars. The inference is this research is that students in the Department of Digital Content Design have a high chance of use computers. In addition, computer role-playing games are so popular in Taiwan that students are very familiar with the operation of such computer role-playing game. However, in terms of teaching, teachers should pay attention to usefulness of learners' perception. If the learner's perception is useful, it can greatly increase the chance of success in teaching. It can also make students have certain promote degree of comparable learning, motivation, attitude, and satisfaction. Reference. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Flávio Lima Faria and today I will talk about our work in progress, Potentiating Digital Educational Environment through Data Analytics. This work was done together with Cristina Silla, Eva Oliveira and Maite Gil. Context. Our work is supported by the Multimodal platform. Multimodal is a research project that investigates the learning and socializing potential of digital manipulatives among young children. It aims at promoting the development of cognitive, social, and language skills within a multicultural framework. We are currently developing a kit of tools composed by a storytelling platform that allows children to interact with digital content through the manipulation of physical blocks, a digital storyboarding, and a set of story apps. When we think of educational games or apps, data analysis is not what comes first to our mind. However, a fundamental feature of all types of games or apps is data. We propose the development of a set of data analytics techniques to be integrated in a set of story apps directed to pre- and primary school children. Such techniques will allow the collection of relevant data about the user's interactions with the story apps that will inform future design decisions and the evaluation of the user's learning process. Our focus is to develop a set of guidelines and techniques to optimize the evaluation of the efficiencies of educational tools such as games and story apps directed to children using data analysis. Any team responsible for designing a game needs to understand its users. Why do they play? Why do they stop playing? How long do they play? Those questions and many others can be answered by analyzing data. When applied during the various stages of game development, data analysis methods can provide in-depth reviews at learning patterns in digital game environment, as well as facilitate design interactions for optimizing learning and engagement. Data analytics and educational games or apps. Although evidence of learning is the main objective when investigating, developing, and designing educational games, it's not the only aspect that can be investigated on a game. Many other important questions may arise during the development of an educational game. Among them, it's important to highlight some. Are the goals of the game really rewarding the kinds of behavior that the game wants to encourage? Does the difficulty of the levels progress adequately to the proposed objectives? The use of data analytics in educational systems can be interpreted through two different points of view. First, from the educator's perspective, The data collection can be seen as an iterative cycle of hypothesis, information, testing, and improvement. For instance, the educator can understand which learning topics need to be reinforced. In this process, the objective is not only to transform data into knowledge, but also apply the strategic knowledge to make decisions about how to modify the digital educational environment to improve students' learning. The second is from the game designer's perspective. Data analytics is a way to evaluate the design of the application or the game in an experimental way and can help designers to improve materials and resources used. In other words, data collections in education can be a powerful ally for answering what kind of interactive experiences work as a learning platform and which do not. I'm going to talk a little about our tools and techniques. I choose the Unity Analytics data platform to carry out this investigation because it is a simple but powerful data platform that also provides data recording for projects that developed in Unity. And that's the case with Mobile. It's developed in Unity. And Unity Analytics is the only analysis solution integrating the user engine that does not require any other third-party installation. So it's a very ready-to-go tool. In order to collect relevant data using the Unity Analytics platform, we apply scripts at key points in the Story app that serves as a test model. Those scripts act as a trigger that records the player actions within the interactive application or the game. The first decision was to map every button of the game's opening interface. The recording of all possible interactions in the opening interface is necessary to get information about how the player navigates through the user interface. And important users' choices within the opening interface that have pedagogical implications are, for instance, related to some questions like what does the player do first? He read the story, he read the glossary, or he play the integrated game. And which page do the user read most frequently? Which page do the user read less frequently? Which sequence of pages do they prefer to read? And how many users visit the game credit page, for example? So those questions can now be answered by the collecting interactions in the user interface. This kind of data can help researchers and educators to get an overview of the user's reading behavior. The second decision was to map every button of the game menu interface. That means the menu inside the game. That is important in order to record the most selected language or the most chosen character by the user, as well as the assess if the user turned off the music or the integrated narration of the story, for example. And about the gameplay, how long does it take users to reach each page? How many users give up on completing the reading? Do the users do all possible interactions before moving to the next page? What kind of interaction seems to involve users the most? Again, interpreting such data can lead to relevant understanding about the user's reading behavior and inform design and pedagogical decisions. We also map data such as the player's life cycle. How many users are online, how many users play daily, or how many time each player has played, the country where the player is playing, for example. Those aspects mentioned are examples of custom events that we use to capture data about the player behavior. Those are the triggers I said before. However, and depending on the defined goals, parameters are often changing over time. Some other parameters can be added and others removed. So it's a life cycle, and sometimes it's about trying and learning if that parameters will work or not. Along this investigation, we have found evidence that data analysis can be a valuable tool for evaluating educational games. Following the customization of data analytics techniques to implementing story apps for children, a set of guidelines to optimize the evaluation of the efficiency of educational game using data analysis will be carried out. So we plan to design a set of techniques that will help researchers and design in educational projects to get the most valuable information from gameplay and interface data. Our further works includes analysis of the data recorded during this investigation in order to determine if the select data was adequate to answer the questions related to the story apps and their learning goals. And the design of general techniques to determine which data is important to collect in order to answer the desired research questions. And the design of data management techniques that can be adaptable and easily implemented in educational game projects. Thank you all. If you want to talk more about our project, you are more than welcome to email me with questions or suggestions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anders Kalsgaard Møller and I'm working as assistant professor at Aalborg-University, Department of Culture and Learning. I'll present the paper Virtual and Augmented Reality Supported Teaching for Professional Caregivers with Eva Brooks as the co-author. The professional caregiver education is one of the least popular educations in Denmark, and for this reason many of the students that decide to apply for the education do so because they don't meet the requirement of other educations. For this reason many of the students that start at the professional caregiver education have reading difficulties, such as dyslexia or similar conditions. The students have trouble with learning and keeping focus from traditional teaching methods such as lectures and textbooks. As an alternative to traditional training, virtual reality have been introduced, and many of the teachers at the vocational training centers started to use virtual reality as part of their teaching. The teachers have been using solutions such as ShareCare VR to show anatomy, physiology and diseases, and a solution called the Viva platform where the students can experience symptoms of dementia from a first-person perspective, or they can carry out specific caregiver tasks in virtual reality. The caregiver educations have, together with Aalborg University and a virtual reality development company named Take a Walk, started developing their own solutions, starting with 2 applications targeting leg ulcer and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. They started with building a prototype based on the initial input from teachers. The prototype was built as a virtual reality solution for different versions of the Oculus glasses and an augmented reality version for Microsoft HoloLens. I'll now show you a video of the prototype. In the video you see a hologram of a body. This is the main menu. From here the student can select different body parts, for instance the lungs. When clicking on the lungs, a text box appears with information along with a 3D model of the lungs. The student can walk around the lungs and see it from different angles. They can select different stages of COPD. And they can select different layers of the lungs. Likewise, they can see leg ulcers at different stages. Within the next year, we plan to develop the solutions further based on inputs from teachers and students. In this paper, we will present our preliminary results from workshop and interviews with teachers. In this study, we'll look at how virtual reality can be used to support the teachers, what the students can learn from virtual reality, how these learning goals can be supported, and how the virtual reality solutions should be designed. It was originally planned to carry out a workshop with 2 groups of 4 teachers from the caregiver education. However, due to changed restrictions due to Corona, we had to change the format in the middle of the course, meaning that after the first workshop we had to change to an interview format conducted online using Microsoft Teams. The 7 teachers who participated were all females and educated nurses. They all taught in somatic illness, anatomy and pharmacology, and had between 1 to 12 years teaching experience. 2 of them had previous experience with teaching using virtual reality. The workshop consisted of a group interview with questions regarding the teaching experiences, knowledge of virtual reality, how they currently taught classes about COPD and leg ulcers, and how they saw virtual reality could be used to support their teaching in the future. To give an example of this, to the right is an image of a solution where the students would see an avatar of a citizen with COPD, indicating how the citizen was affected by the disease, along with vital sign information and a 3D model of the lungs. As the last part of the workshop, the teachers were given the opportunity to try the prototype and give feedback. The teachers participating in the online interview were a bit constrained and could not try the prototype themselves. Instead, we presented a video that you saw in the beginning of this presentation. This is obviously different from experience at first hand, and we also saw that the feedback we got from the participants in the interview was very limited compared to the people participating in the workshop. The interviews were analyzed with thematic approach, resulting in 3 themes: students and motivation, learning activities and goals, and the teacher's role. The students and motivation theme covered how virtual and augmented reality could be used to motivate the students by offering an alternative to the traditional classroom teaching. But it also showed that some of the students would be reluctant to use the solutions due to, for instance, cybersickness. The learning activities and goals covered potential learning goals and activities with virtual reality. And finally, the teacher's role theme covered how the teachers see themselves teach using virtual reality. When asked to design their own solutions, all teachers choose to present a solution around a case description of a person with an illness. In all cases, emphasis was placed on the student being able to make choices or actions which they would then receive feedback on through the system. If they made the right decision, they would see that the citizen got better. The solution should also include options for varying the level of difficulty. From the feedback of the prototype, we gained more specific information about the details about the solutions, such as the text box containing too much text, the models were not detailed enough, and sometimes the wrong medical terms were used, and so forth. The overarching learning goal for the students is to be able to observe a citizen's condition and decide on the care or treatment. This encompasses several sub-learning goals. First, the student needs to know the names of the different body parts and how they function. This includes both the healthy body and how a disease progresses and affects the body. Then they must be able to recognize the disease, understand how they treat. The overarching learning goal for the students is to be able to observe a citizen's condition and decide on the care or treatment. This encompasses several sub-learning goals. First, the student needs to know the names of the different body parts and how they function. This includes both the healthy body and how disease progresses and affects the body. Then they must be able to recognize the disease, understand how to treat and prevent disease, and how diseases affect the citizen both mentally and physically. Finally, the student needs to be able to reflect upon these observations and decide on a set of actions to provide the necessary care for the citizen. The teachers had different suggestions for how virtual and augmented reality could be used to support these goals. Firstly, virtual and augmented reality can help motivate the students to learn by providing the content in a different way, as traditional classroom teaching often works poorly and can lead to learning barriers for many of the students. Virtual and augmented reality provide options for 3D visualizations that can help students understand the body, how it functions, and how diseases progresses. It can be used for homework and repetition training if implemented on a mobile or tablet. It can be used to provide a safe environment for the students to train real-life scenarios with interactions and treatment of citizens. When designing the virtual and augmented reality solutions, these learning goals should be considered. At the same time, it must be possible to adapt the content and the level to the individual student, depending on where he or she is in the educational process. It is also important that there is a progression in the solution, so that the degree of difficulty is continuously increased, so the students does not experience the same each time they interact with the system. Teachers put great emphasis on the importance of immediate feedback to guide the students and help them reflect on their experiences with information about how this could be used in real-life scenarios. Interestingly, the teachers suggested using desktop versions of the solution for specific learning goals. Several of the teachers suggested having an augmented reality version for phone or tablet that could be used for preparation or reflection before and after teaching as part of their homework. This indicates that immersive virtual and augmented reality through head-mounted display is not always a better solution than desktop virtual or augmented reality, but is highly dependent on the learning goal. Based on the teacher's recommendations and the existing literature on immersive and non-immersive virtual reality, it seems like immersive virtual reality is more suited for situations that involve both affective and cognitive learning. This could, for instance, be in situations where the user needs to understand how symptoms affect citizens both physically and mentally. Immersive virtual reality is better for simulating social interactions where the students feel more engaged with the task and they take the conditions of the citizen more seriously. Likewise, immersive virtual reality is recommended for learning how the body works regarding the spatial and visual information. Non-immersive virtual reality versions displayed on a screen, mobile or tablet could, on the other hand, be used when only cognitive skills is involved, such as learning or remembering the name of organs or factual knowledge about diseases. This study has identified several learning goals that can be supported by virtual or augmented reality. This includes both cognitive and affective learning goals. The study indicated that the specific learning goals should be considered before deciding on what type of virtual technology and application should be used when designing teaching material for the professional caregiver education. It is important that the solutions offer options for immediate feedback and that the content and difficulty level can be altered to match the educational goals of the student and provide the student with new experiences. As mentioned in the beginning, this is just a preliminary study where we had to alter the study due to Corona, and it is completely based on the teacher's view. We are planning to also include students and actually teaching situations to provide more insight into the development of the solutions and how virtual reality can be used to support teaching. So, if you have any recommendations for future work, I would be really happy to hear about it. Otherwise, if you have any questions to the study so far, please go ahead and ask. Otherwise, thank you very much for listening.
Towards the Development of AI-based Generative Design Tools and Applications by Juan Carlos Chacón, Isa Martinez-Nimi, Bastian Clos, and Kenta Ono from Chiba University. Students of Chiba University System Planning Laboratory explore the current and future opportunities that generative adversarial networks present from their particular design process. The objective of the project is to propose a tool with a graphical user interface that facilitates the design and training of generative adversarial networks for designers without any previous knowledge about AI, introduce designers and students to explore the opportunities that generative adversarial networks present for their design process. Technology has always played a relevant role in the development of design, both at an academic level and a production level. In recent times, projects like DeepWare, which utilizes generative adversarial networks to generate images of clothes that a designer can use as the basics for constructing clothing patterns, as well as other projects like the chair project, which uses a similar approach to generate chair shapes that designers can reinterpret and build, have taken advantage of artificial intelligence as a tool within the design process. However, most designers lack the technical skills or knowledge to fully understand the technology behind these projects, often perceiving them as magic. These knowledge and skill gaps represent a relevant barrier that prevents designers, both professionals and those in training, from fully exploiting the potential of these types of AI tools. In addition, the lack of academic programs and activities that incorporate AI and machine learning technology into the design process has created a need for new learning approaches, as well as the development of tools that facilitate the learning and application of AI-based approaches to design. Within the System Planning Laboratory of the Design Department of Chiba University, the Design Lab initiative emerged, involving a small team of academics and students who, through work sessions and small research project workshops, sought to design and develop methods and tools that enable the use of learning artificial intelligence concepts, particularly in relation to different design disciplines. The following research outlined the process and results of the first stage of the project, which ended with the development of a GAN station tool. This GAN station, or GANSTA, is an internal tool that assists in the design and training of GANs in a graphical environment. This tool resulted from the process of developing two projects. The first focused on the design and generation of logo-based graphical symbols through the use of generative adversarial networks, and a second focused on the design of a phone character set based on the same approach. First, we started with general GAN exploration and selected the right GAN for the project. Then, we designed a text command-based tool which designers could use to start working on their own projects. Then we started almost simultaneously the GAN-based logo design project and the GAN-based font design project, and based on what we learned in these two projects, we finally designed the GAN station tool. Project participants were divided into 3 groups based on their skills and interests. One team focused on tool design and development, and 2 teams focused on developing projects based on the resulting tools. For the development of both projects, different GAN architectures such as DC GAN and Cycle GAN were first explored. After the preliminary results were obtained, Star GAN was selected as the base for the 3 projects. This decision was made after training a network with a small dataset of 100 black and white images from 2 different domains, graphically evaluating the results of the interpolation between the domains and visually and verbally evaluating the results as positive and interesting. Once the target was selected, a Python-based tool with a text command interface was developed to facilitate the training and to test the models generated by the team members who lack programming skills. This tool took a dataset folder with a set of images as input and a simple training and test set of commands. With this first version of the tool available, the team proceeded to develop the logo-based graphical symbol project and the font character design project simultaneously. The GAN-based logo design project. The objective of this project was to create a new brand logo based on Japanese family crest or camels for a Japanese tea shop. Team members proposed using GAN in order to help them in the exploration and conceptualization projects and generated several proposals through a series of automated additions, alterations, and combinations of elements, mixing different domains. This approach allowed for the team members to generate multiple proposals that, regardless of the selected domain or type of element, could be converted and synthesized to belong to the universe of the current Japanese family crest. During the exploration process, 2 different experiments were undertaken with different selections of datasets to assess the GAN's creative power. The first exploration process generated new graphical symbols, mixing 2 domains, so that the graphical symbol could include elements from 2 different categories. The main objective of this first experiment was to generate a new graphical symbol of a teapot that included the characteristics of Japanese camels. The dataset was made of 200 black and white graphical symbols of 256 by 256 pixels that belonged to 2 different domains, Japanese camels and teapots. As stated before, a target model was designed and used through the proposed command-based tool. This approach allowed the users to generate images from multiple domains and translate or apply a certain aspect or style from one image to another. Results. Finally, after training the discriminator and generator with a small dataset of 200 images, the trained model was tested. The evaluation of the results was performed by the designer through visual inspection, and a set of 100 images were selected to evaluate using the Google Visions API. During this analysis, 9% of the images were labeled as symbol, 25% were labeled as logo, 0% was labeled as emblem, 69% were labeled as illustration, 37% were labeled as teapot, and 27% were labeled as tableware. For the second exploration, the main objective was to generate a new camel incorporating different pre-selected elements and to improve quality of the images that resulted from the training process. For this goal, a dataset comprised of 640 black and white graphical symbols in 200 by 56 by 200 by 56 pixels belonging to 13 different domains were used. The Japanese camels were divided into 6 different domain sets due to their similarities in shape and complexity. In addition, 7 domain sets were divided by their visual elements such as teapots, cups, cakes, trees, leaves, and houses. Results. The GAN was trained using all of the symbols from the 13 domains, with the total number of parameters for the generators amounting to 8,052,480, and the total number of parameters for the discriminator amounting 45,114,304. The evaluation process was done in 3 stages to analyze the obtained images. For the first stage, the results were evaluated by visual inspection, and 50 different samples were selected. Then, for the second stage of evaluation, the results were analyzed by the Google Cloud's API, which is called the Vision API. When compared to the first exploration, the second exploration showed a significant increase in label detection. 32% of the images labeled symbols, 56% of the images were labeled logos, 8% of the images were labeled emblems, 82% were labeled as illustrations. For this last evaluation phase, a camera recognition model was generated to evaluate more accurately if the resulting images belong to the common category. In this model, 100 images from the common dataset were annotated in the YOLO format and then used for the training of a custom YOLO v5 object recognition model with common as a single category. The resulting model was then used to evaluate the 50 results previously selected. According to the results of the common recognition model, 78% of the images were recognized as commons, with an average confidence rate of 0.7 over 1.0. This evaluation process contributed to validating whether the images generated by the proposed model could be considered to be symbols, logos, or emblems, and specifically if they belong to the category of Japanese family crafts. In conclusion, the selection of dataset images, the number of domains, and the quality of those images have a direct impact on the quality of the results and are important factors to take into consideration for possible future work. This approach showed that machine learning, and specifically GANs, can be a tool for the branding design process, and the graphic design process could benefit from using GANs to automate and improve the results. GAN-based font design project. For the second project in the program, participants envisioned a tool capable of creating a character set with one character as the input. Using different domains made it possible to create a dimension for every character in the set. Thus, it was possible to take the characteristic as the input and adapt the shape to its different dimensions. To prepare the dataset, the team collected a set of font files. For this project, a master folder of Google Fonts was used. The fonts files were divided into the different folders by their category and style. Aiming for a legible and usable font as the final output of the project, the team decided to only use sans serif fonts in regular style as part of the dataset in order to keep it as simple as possible. All of the glyphs in the font dataset were extracted as PNGs with a size of 256 by 256 pixels. The dataset was then loaded into the GAN and the training started. After 1 million iterations, the characters could be identified in every line produced in the resulting image generated by the GAN. As a total of 5,996,000 iterations were trained, training took 26 days, 10 hours, and 27 minutes, until the team decided to interrupt the process for a visual evaluation of the result. The input that was used to generate these characters was a basic round dot. Figure shows that outputs from the same model with different input variations. The first one shows the result of using a very basic shape, in this case a dot, and the second sheet shows the characters that were generated using a major ow as the input. Evaluation. One important finding from this project was that using a simple shapes as the input generated visually cleaner elements, and using more complex shapes caused glitches that resulted in less recognizable characters. For the evaluation, the team created 12 characters of different complexity to test. These characters were 3 different versions of a dot, a number 1, an exclamation mark, and a minor n. After visual inspection, the team could visually identify that the complexity of the input had a direct influence on the quality of generated results. The dots, the simplest elements used, had the highest quality outputs. As the final result, a set of 96 characters corresponding to the basic Roman numerals and letters were generated as a set of PNG files that were then vectorized as a font file. Once the command-based tool was established as the base for the iconographic and typographic project, the training and evaluation projects for the generated models needed to be improved. To this end, using the code and instructions originally implemented in the command-based tool as a base, a minimum viable prototype of a tool with a graphical interface that would make the process easier and more accessible was developed. A node-based interface was adopted due to the familiarity of the team members with this type of interface in tools such as Touch Designer and Grasshopper, as well as for the ease with which these interfaces presented their programming logic, specifically through the use of blocks, which could facilitate the learning of the concepts behind the development of a GAN for future users or participants who lack the prior knowledge of the subject. In the development of Gansta, Anaconda was used with Python 3.7 as the environment, and PyQt was used as the framework for interface building. Gansta's final design consisted of a user interface with the main window divided into a work area and a side menu. Within the work area, users can place, drag, and drop the nodes necessary for the construction of the GAN. From the left side window, this node consists of the following. The dataset node. Its function is to select and verify the path in which the dataset to be used for training is located. This dataset consists of a series of images divided into folders, one named training for the images to be used during the training process and one named test for the images to be used during the test process. Inside the training process, the folders with the names for each category or domain to be considered must contain the respective images. This node output connects to the image node. The image node. Its function is to define the parameters such as width and height of the types of images to be used during the training process and to allow the users to increase those parameters during training so as to distort or randomly rotate the images to avoid problems derived from the lack of variety in the dataset. This node output connects to the GAN node. The mode node. Its function is to allow the users to select whether they want to train or test its results. The node output connects with the GAN node. The GPU node. The selection of this node is optional. This node allows users to select if they want to use a GPU or graphics processing unit for the model's delivery process. It also shows the number of GPUs available for use. The output of this node must be connected to the GAN node. Batch node. Its function is to determine the number of batches and epochs needed for the model training. This node output connects with the GAN node. The GAN node. Its function is to determine the parameters of both the generator and the discriminator, as well as to verify that all of the parameters of the previous nodes are valid or correct. This node output connects with the output and action nodes. The output node. Its function is to define the path and format of the training results, as well as to provide an internal window to show a preview of the results of the training or testing processes. This node does not connect to the other nodes. And finally, the action node. Its function is to start the training and testing of the model based on the options selected by the user, as well as to show the percentage of the process completed. This node does not connect to the other nodes. To use the tool, the user must prepare the respective image-based datasets, as indicated in the dataset node description. Then design its GAN by dragging and dropping the desired nodes into the action window and modifying the parameters of the node as desired. Evaluation. Once the first version of the graphical tool was developed, it was tried and tested by the project team members using their existing approach and generated datasets in order to evaluate the necessary changes in the interface to facilitate its use. As a result of the request made by the project participants, some changes were made, resulting in a second version of the graphical tool. Among these changes, the output node was removed, and the functions of both the output and action nodes were transferred to a second side window. Discussion. Although there are other graphical-based tools for programming and interacting with artificial intelligence models, the main difference between GANSTA and other tools for the development of machine learning models radicates in the fact that GANSTA was developed based on the necessities identified during the development of two design-led projects as an internal tool for designers, seeking to facilitate not only the understanding of the concepts behind the development and operation of the GAN, but also facilitating the learning experience, allowing designers without previous knowledge of programming or machine learning to develop and train their own GAN-based models through interactive exploration, encouraging incorporating the design tool within the design process. Conclusions. By designing new artificial intelligence tools and by providing a prepared environment with the necessary instructions to design and train generative adversarial networks, the participants in the Design Lab initiative have proved that both professional designers and design students without prior knowledge of programming or artificial intelligence can identify uses and applications for these tools both in the design process and in the execution of final design pieces. Limitations. There are still many limitations between the technical requirements of this type of AI tool that may hinder its widespread adoption, such as the cost of the computer equipment, the number of graphical processing units required to execute the training process of the GANs, and the time that the training process takes. This lengthy process may make a tool such as the one developed for this study unattractive for activities that go beyond experiments or explorations of how design processes could change in the near future. Nevertheless, the fact that designers could successfully develop this type of tool shows that it's only a matter of time until artificial intelligence is employed more widely in the design process. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Daniel, and let me introduce the authors. Me, Vitor Carvalho, Filomena Soares, and Eva Oliveira. The purpose of our presentation is to talk about a model approach for an automatic clothing combination system for blind people. This presentation is organized in 6 sections. Section 1 presents an introduction to the topic. Section 2 describes the objectives and the system's requirements. Section 3, the research question that arises based on the objectives. Section 4, the methodology, the various components of the solution presented. Section 5 describes the preliminary tests performed. And finally, Section 6 draws the conclusions and suggests further developments. I'd now like to move on to the introduction. Vision is one of the senses that dominates the life of humans. It allows them to know and have the perception of the world around them, while giving meaning for objects, concepts, and ideas and tastes. How to dress and the style we prefer for different occasions is part of one's identity. Blind people do not have this sense, and dressing can be a difficult and stressful task. They depend on their relatives, friends, and or sports center professionals for the purchase or for choosing the clothes to wear. An issue that remains to be explored in the case of blind people is the selection and the combination of the garments. They do not know the colors, the type of the partner, or even the place where the garments are found. This is a daily battle in which research are not the best. With the advancement of the technology, it is important to minimize all the limitations of a blind person. Currently, there is no solution on the market to help blind people with their clothes combination. Indirectly, but not focused on this purpose, we can find applications for mobile device that can provide, even if far from what is wanted, some help. Therefore, we propose this project to address the issue of combination clothing for the blind. Thus, this presentation describes the whole project in agreement with the Portuguese Association of the Blind and Amblyopic of Portugal. The goal of this project is to assist the visually impaired in selection and combination of the clothes to wear through the development of a mechatronic system endowed with artificial intelligence to support the choice. This work has a main object the development of a low-cost system capable of supporting the visually impaired in the performing the tests of inspection, identification, and combination of the garments. In order to achieve this goal, specified objects were set, in particular, type of the clothes, the season of the year and the weather, suggesting combinations of clothing pieces, identification of the clothes partner, presence of the stains, and modifications in the state of the garment. The research question arises: how can a mechatronic device with artificial intelligence make the inspection, identification, combination, and management of a clothing for a blind person? In order to achieve the proposed objectives and answer to the research question, a deductive approach is made, formulating hypotheses based on a critical analysis of literature review. Science, it is based on a scientific principles. The research strategy adopted, the action research, is in accordance with the research question and the final object, in which a prototype must be reached. The process of completing the prototype includes at least 2 iterations, meaning that 2 cycles from the beginning to the end are needed to obtain significant improvements. This first prototype also intends to evaluate the interaction of the user with the system and verify the effects in terms of well-being and self-esteem, resulting from the great autonomy of the blind. Qualitative and quantitative data are used to assess the usability and performance of the prototype. The entire process from acquiring an image to obtain a combination is illustrated in the figure 2. The image of the clothing can be obtained through a photograph or online store, where it is processed through a convolutional neural network to classify and extract the characteristics of the garment. Subsequently, its characteristics will be saved in the database to be used during the combination task. This database represents the virtual wardrobe of the blind user. As shown in the figure 2, the high-level steps associated with the clothing combination are described as clothing detection, recognize segments the garments contained in the photography, and assign it to the categories upper, lower, shoes, or accessories. Clothing image feature extraction, extract features, attributes of the garments as type, season, partner. Recommendation, suggesting a combination for a garment, fulfill a complete outfit, and suggest a complete outfit. Neural networks will be used for clothing classification and combination. For the extraction of the characteristics, CNNs will be used to view the good results demonstrated in the state of the art. During a process of combinations, the algorithms will learn the user's preference based on its frequency of use. In this work, we decided to build a dataset in order to identify how its construction can influence the results. The dataset was based on images collected from the internet and distributed in 7 categories, according to the figure 3. Based in the success of the works mentioned in the state of the art, we adopt in our approach the convolutional neural networks for feature extraction and image classification. First, you have implemented the PGG-16 from scratch, where the model achieved 80% accuracy in the training set and 66% in the testing set. The graph in figure 4 shows that the best accuracy was achieved with 30 epochs, while obtaining the lowest loss value in the model. After the training and validation phase, some images were submitted to the model for classification. Examples of classification can be verified in figure 5, although in figure 5 are shown good results scores. It was also observed some misclassifications, in particular in garments with similar shapes. We also implemented a fine-tuning process. The ResNet 50 was chosen with pretended ImageNet 8. The results obtained with the fine-tuning training are approximated to the previous network, where 63% accuracy in the training set and 71% in accuracy test set were achieved. Figure 6 shows the behavior relative to the accuracy and loss during the training and testing process in ResNet 50. It is possible to observe that during the construction of the model, accuracy and loss in test set have achieved a better result than in the training set. Comparing the graphs of the training and validation accuracy and loss from both configurations, it is possible to see that the ResNet 50 needs more epochs to achieve the same accuracy as illustrated in figure 6. Note that is in VGG60 with 30 epochs, it is achieved the best performance possible. Otherwise, the last one needs 60 epochs to achieve the same results. So, in concluding, it is important to recognize that clothing aesthetics are of the central importance in the life of the blind people. We are happily increasingly inserted in the labor market, have an active social life, and as most people is the same circumstance, they need to be accepted and recognized. A duly qualified or reliable blind person has all the conditions to, if she wishes, be able to live alone or even to have a marital relationship with another blind person. However, blind people experience some difficulties with regard to clothing. Some are overcome with the help of family or friends, others with a great organizational capacity. Two different convolutional neural networks are explored, being one of them implemented from scratch and the other one through the fine-tuning. The results obtained by using a sample neural network designed from scratch and with a fine-tuning network were similar. The fine-tuning in ResNet filter has higher computational and time costs. The amount of data on each category is not enough to reach good results. In the future, we will experiment larger datasets, extracting and identifying new attributes. Some additional imaging processing like remove background and body parts will be performed in order to improve the results. Implement the algorithm on a web platform or mobile device in order to start testing interactivity with the blind users. Further, developing the smarter jaws to incorporate all developed algorithms. So, this system describes a new concept for significantly improve the daily of the blind, allowing the blind to combine garments, identify dirty and garments that are in good condition. Moreover, the user could benefit from the automatic suggesting resulting from the machine learning algorithms. The authors would like to express their acknowledgement to the Association of the Blind and Ampliopes of Portugal. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Hi, my name is Emma Strebel, and today I'll present my project Seasonal Sunlight Chamber, a lighting design concept to connect us to the dynamics of sunlight and our place on Earth. It was written by me, Emma Strebel, in collaboration with Ellen Hansen. It's based on a Master's of Science thesis in lighting design I did at Aalborg University in Copenhagen. And I'm happy to share this presentation at the 5th International Conference on Design, Learning, and Innovation. So the project sets out to create an exploratory design to investigate natural phenomenon to put humans in touch with nature. The goal is to create experiences where viewers interact with their ever-changing daylight and surroundings. The aim with this exploratory design is to create a visual tool for learning about complex natural phenomena and understanding our relation to Earth and the sun. I start with the initial question: why are humans so interconnected with the changeability of daylight, and how might one be able to accentuate this in everyday life? How might one become more familiar with their place on Earth through a connection to daylight? I set out to create a lighting design which is able to ground people in their natural surroundings by calling attention to the changes in light in space over time. So I start with a deep dive into a literature review. In doing so, I unpack the time as it relates to change. The Earth is rotating at a speed of 1 rotation around its axis every day and 1 rotation around the sun every year. And at the root of it, these are just physical changes and physical relationships between one another. The day, month, and year cycle are not tied to time, but they're tied to gravity and laws of motion. In order to survive on Earth, all life, including humans, have adopted and have evolved and adapted to these kinds of external changes. As Carlo Rovelli says in his The Order of Time, for millennia before clocks, our only regular way of measuring time had been the alternation of day and night. The rhythm of day followed by night also regulates the lives of plants and animals. Diurnal rhythms are ubiquitous in the natural world. They are essential to life. Living organisms are full of clocks of various kinds: molecular, neuronal, chemical, hormonal, each of them more or less in tune with the others. So as day follows night, our hormones adapt, influencing our neurons, triggering a release of chemicals, resulting in behavior, etc., etc. It's just a constant feedback loop. The circadian rhythm exemplifies that the ability to perceive change is at the core of what makes an organism successful at living on Earth. We have developed ways of detecting changes that occur in our surroundings. The sense which has evolved most with the diurnal changes, and specifically this diurnal cycle, is the eye's ability to see light. As Zajong says in his book, Catching the Light, The Intertwined History of Light and Mind, he says, sight, like hearing, requires a modulated and crafted form of light for meaning. Stabilize an image perfectly on the retina and they disappear. This is a fact of sense psychology. We only see change, movement, and life. So humans have evolved to have a keen sense for both fast and slow visual changes. Noticing a tiger pouncing triggers our awareness and is on one side of the spectrum. Unlike fast movements, changes that happen at a slower time scale become visually unnoticeable, such as a tree budding or ice caps melting. At this point, it's really important to remember that these examples of quote-unquote slow and quote fast are the ways that humans perceive speed. And moving forward, when I describe slow changes, I will often use the term earthly changes instead. While earthly changes are less visually noticeable to the human eye, we have nevertheless evolved an acute ability to register them. So our brain catalogs the gestalt feeling of a space. As Rovelli says, the past leaves traces of itself in the present. We are full of memories, which are traces of the past that inform our present experience of our surroundings. Lamb continues this thought when he says, our evaluation of any environment is colored by the memory of prior experience in analogous situations. The circadian rhythm is a prime example of our ability to notice slow earthly changes. By calculating one's lit surroundings, the circadian rhythm allows the human to prepare the body for changes to come. However, slow changes often go unnoticed. As Carl Sagan says, we are very devoted to the short term and hardly ever think about the long term. Instant gratification, really more than ever before, seduces people's focus, in turn causing us to disregard the experience of earthly changes. A focus on slower environmental changes is being immensely overlooked. And with this mass cultural shift, people have become more detached from their place on Earth. This becomes particularly crucial when conceptualizing the environmental impact humans have had on Earth and continue to have on Earth. The goal for the continued research is to enhance people's awareness of earthly changes in daylight in order to ground people in their direct and immediate surroundings. So from there, from all that and research and analysis, I arrive at my research question. So sunlight is directional with straight rays of light. It therefore creates a sharp shadow with high color contrast. However, on an overcast day, light bounces off clouds and becomes multi-directional, therefore making shadows fuzzy and having less color contrast. Since sunlight creates sharp shadows, and specifically sharp edges in shadows, we are able to notice the position of the sun in relation to the space based on the shadow that it casts. Sundials use the predictable movement of sunlight to mark change. The position of the shadow is contextualized in the cycle of the day and the year. A mark of sunlight exists only in relation to moments past, both days and seasons gone by, and also moments in the future, days and seasons to come. The daily light cycle occurs because of the rotation of the Earth on its axis, and the yearly light cycle occurs because of the Earth's rotation around the sun every year. However, you don't need to create an astronomically detailed sundial in order to allude to these sorts of cycles, light cycles. In this slide, I mark the position of sunlight at a given moment with tape. And by doing so, it makes reference to the past moment of light and also future moment of light in the next day and year to come. It calls attention to the Earth's routine of light. So I examine sunlight as it enters in through a window into an indoor space. While sunlight is not always visible because of weather conditions, the Earth's rotation allows for the sun's movement and position to be predictable throughout the space. And it's that predictability of sunlight's movement I will call the geometry of sunlight. So this way, the geometry of sunlight offers a visual and spatial orientation to time of day and year, and the place on Earth. So as daylight slowly changes, people's emotional and physical states change accordingly. Occasionally, people notice a poignant moment of light, such as at sunset. Encounters like these remind us of the unique beauty of a particular moment. And witnessing a precise moment of light draws attention to the change inherent in daylight. Because of the geometry of sunlight, the routine of sunlight is predictable on a daily and yearly cycle. Experiencing these rhythms of light connect people to rhythms of their life. Becoming conscious of these unique moments of light ground us in our ever-changing physical and visual surroundings. While creating a design, the goal was to use sunlight as a tool for noticing the fleeting nature of one moment on Earth. So this is the final design as it would be located in San Francisco, which is where I am currently. The design exemplifies direct sunlight as it enters into a structure. Sunlight enters in through a long rectangular opening, as you can see right here on the top of the space, and casts a stripe of sunlight down the side and the bottom of the designs. Over the course of the day, the stripe of sunlight enters through the opening and moves down the western wall as it then aligns with the floor precisely at midday. After midday, the sunlight moves up the eastern wall. Midday is really the only time when light does not hit either wall. Over the course of 6 months, the sunlight moves from the southernmost point to the northernmost point of the floor. Every year, the sunlight moves through the space and then back again, filling the entire space with light twice per year. The north and south walls are derived from the angle of the sunlight at midday on June solstice and December solstice. No matter where one is on Earth, the difference between these angles is 47 degrees. The area that's created is sort of a seasonal sunlight chamber. So let me zoom out to explain the final design as it's located in different places on Earth. This example is as it would look in San Francisco. And the specific shape of the design at any one given location originates in the seasonal geometry of sunlight, which derive the angles of the north and south walls of the structure. So you can see as it would look elsewhere in the world. Here's Copenhagen, and you know the seasonal changes that occur in Copenhagen. Depending on the latitude of where the piece is installed, the angles of the north and south walls are different. While the size of the opening and the difference between these angles of the north and south walls stay consistent with 47 degrees, the shape of the entire structure changes relative to the ground, as you can see here. Here are some examples of the design in particular locations on Earth. For example, in Denmark, right over here, the midday sun on June solstice has an altitude of 58 degrees, which is the angle of this wall, the southern wall. And the midday sun on December solstice has an altitude of 11 degrees, which is the angle of the north wall. I created a prototype to examine if the sunlight moves through this space as expected. And being that I'm in San Francisco, I made the calculations of the north and south wall specific to this location. I made the mock-up out of diffuse plexiglass so that the structure is not transparent, but the direct sunlight is visible from the outside. I set up the prototype to hang from 2 C-stands so that the opening faces 180 degrees south and the bottom is level to the ground. Once the prototype was set up, I documented the movement of the sunlight throughout the structure, and the prototype, as you can see, is a successful proof of concept that the sunlight moves through the space and the structure as expected. And as you could see, we were nearing summer solstice when I documented this. Just as people enjoy watching the transition that takes place between, at sunrise and at sunset, this design creates a space to observe midday, the moment when a particular place on Earth transitions from rotating towards the sun to rotating away from the sun. It disconnects viewers from time as an objective truth and rather connects people to the inherent changes that are occurring always around us. The design specifically highlights one moment at one particular place on Earth. So this design is built in direct response to the geometry of sunlight. The variations in the shape of the structure visualize the acute differences in sunlight based on one's location on Earth. Regardless of whether the sun is shining or not, the differences in the design's structural form visualizes the differences in sunlight at different places on Earth. The design marks a moment of sunlight to accentuate a change that would otherwise go unnoticed. This design specifically accentuates the experience of solar midday. It accentuates the moment when a particular location on Earth transitions from rotating toward the sun to rotating away from the sun. The design also frames both solstices when the sunlight reaches the southernmost and northernmost walls. Under normal circumstances, these are all moments that would otherwise go unnoticed. And finally, the design uses sunlight to accentuate daily and seasonal changes in order to connect viewers to their experience on Earth. The design frames the gradual rotation toward and away from the sun over the course of a day and over the course of a year. The design marks one moment of change at midday, the slower change of an entire day, and the even more gradual fluctuations of the year. With these comparisons, viewers depart from their familiarity with clock time by connecting to visual changes and routines in sunlight. These connections help develop an understanding of the Earth's consistent fluctuations. While change has enabled our evolution, it has also intertwined us with light and will continue to define our experience of life on Earth. This exploration of earthly changes is the inspiration behind the design, which acquaints viewers with the inner workings of sunlight, in turn connecting them to their place on Earth and in the cosmos. By applying this natural scientific approach, the design creates a space centered around the experience of earthly changes in sunlight. The exploratory design demonstrates how a design can be a tool for learning about the complex and fundamental interaction between the Earth, sun, and human.
My name is Eva Cerezo, and I'm going to present the work entitled Intergenerational Playful Experiences based on Digital Games for Interactive Spaces. This work has been carried out by researchers mostly from the University of Zaragoza in Spain, but also from the University of Lleida. This presentation will be in memoriam of Felipe Vaca, the first author, who passed away during the writing of the paper. This is the index of my presentation. First, I will introduce the context of this work. Then I will focus on intergenerational play, in particular in their benefits and also the design factors to be taken into account. And then I will explain the intergenerational experiences we have been carried out in the city of Zaragoza. I will present the interactive space we have been using, the game, the fantastic journey, and also the results from those gaming sessions and workshop. At the end, I will briefly comment some conclusions and open research lines. Well, as we all know, older people represents a growing proportion of the world population. In our Occidental societies, older adults often suffer not only cognitive or physical problems, but also from social and emotional isolation and from what it's called ageism. So the both negative attitudes towards older people and the negative attitudes that older people hold towards young people, and digital games from that point of view may be a cohesion tool that enhances socialization between the young and the old. In our group, during the last years, we have been developing digital games, but digital games to be played in interactive spaces. We call interactive spaces those distributed user interfaces supporting several ways of interaction in digitally augmented rooms. They combine different interaction paradigms like physical computing, mixed reality, wearables, tangible user interfaces, allowing multiple users to interact at the same time or in a distributed way. So the objective of the work presented here has been to explore the potential of interactive spaces to support intergenerational playing experiences. As I said, digital games can be beneficial for both generations. For older adults, they can improve cognitive functioning, they can overcome communication problems and social isolation, encouraging physical exercising and preventing falls. For children, collaborative digital games can improve learning, skill building, healthy development. They can encourage learning, exploration, experimentation, construction of knowledge, and they can foster the imagination and creativity. But moreover, intergenerational interactions can be mutually beneficial for both collectives. Why? Because they can break with some age stereotypes or ageist attitudes. They can develop civic engagement and contribute to an age-inclusive society. In the digital area, there are not so many intergenerational games reported. So in the educational field, there are non-digital, quite a lot non-digital experiences, but not so in video games. So also, apart from studying these previous experiences, we search for design guidelines. Yeah? And there are two very relevant works that I want to mention here. That is a work from De La Era and their colleagues and Kohlhoff and their colleagues. And here I present elaborated things that come from all the previous examples of intergenerational gaming experiences and these two specific works. So, which are the things to be taken into account when designing this kind of games to be played by different generations together? Well, the different motivations from both age groups have to be taken into account. Learning has to be embedded in the game. Short game sessions are preferred. Of course, interface have to be easy to use for both generations. Collaboration games work very good in those cases. Also, it has to be allowed peer-to-peer mentoring by teaching each other. They have to enable social interaction, shared context and meeting places. If video games, all the communication ways such as video chat or other computer-mediated communication has to be added. It has to be permitted asymmetrical and asynchronous play. The nature of the interactions between the groups, it's very important. It has to be enabled passive watching play also. Physical, mixed reality games and multimodal interaction has to be prioritized, and socially desired reward system should be created. Well, when we found all these design factors, we realized that many of them, or several of them, and I have highlighted here in bold, they were present already in one of the games we had already developed previously. That was a fantastic journey. This game has been previously presented in President DLI conference, so I'm not going to go into details, but I'm going to explain a little bit so that the rest of the presentation is meaningful. Yeah? The Fantastic Journey is an adventure game in which the protagonist has to progress over the story and the players have to help her to progress. It's a multiplayer game aimed to be played up to by 16 players organized in 4 groups, and these groups don't compete, but they collaborate to achieve the result. Yes, during the play, the players have to move around the interactive space, they have to find objects, achieve different challenges, they may use some interactive tangible tabletops that are present in the interactive space, but also they interact with their bodies, with their hands, with their voice. And the Fantastic Journey has been designed by specialists with some learning educational aims, and specifically it has been designed to work attention, planning and social abilities. The interactive space where players play this game is the Etopia Juguemos interactive space, which is located in a building, Etopia, which is the art of technology, is the Center of Art of Technology of the Council of the City of Zaragoza, and specifically the interactive space includes a real-time localization system, 2 Kinects to support gesture interaction, microphones, 3 walls for projections, and also what we call 4 Nick Vision tabletop tangible devices to support tangible interaction. In fact, the Fantastic Journey comprises 10 missions, 10 different missions that combine different types of interaction, and each of them has its own learning educational goals. Here I'm going just to comment 3 of them because they were used afterwards in the intergenerational workshops I'm going to explain. So one of them is a search of the suitcase. The players have to find a suitcase hidden in the interactive space, and they have to open its lock. To open the lock they need a code, and they have to get the code playing to the Start Loop game, which is a game developed to improve computational thinking in kids. Another mission is Freeing the Stars. Freeing the Stars, the type of interaction is natural interaction by gestures because it makes use of the Kinects, and the goal is to free 3 stars that have been trapped in a spider web. And finally, the Meteorites Attack. It also uses the tangible tabletops, and it's a ludic activity where 2 players, by means of using some physical spaceships, they have to attack and destroy meteorites that appear onto the tabletop, or which are projected in the tabletop surface. Well, we used this game, The Fantastic Journey, with 10 missions to support 2 intergenerational game sessions that were organized, one in December 2018 and the other in June 2019. They were announced to the municipal web, and family groups formed by 1 or 2 grandparents and 1 or 2 grandchildren aging from 7 to 12 could sign up. The families played the game for around 1 hour, and afterwards we observed them during play, and afterwards plays were divided into 2 age groups. Grandparents filled the questionnaire and children just talk about the experience with the researchers. The family groups were able to get through all the missions without special difficulties. When we compared the behavior of the children, because we had already done different gaming sessions just with children, well, here children were much more quiet and careful when playing, and several observations we've made with regard to different aspects. With regard to participation, they all participate, they all celebrated achievements, but generally grandparents' participation was not so active. Mostly they gave advice when children got stuck, they encouraged children to play and to accomplish the missions. In terms of leadership, also children were who made proposals, and grandparents mostly of the time just observe or just help a little bit. In fact, when children failed to perform the activities, then grandparents began to act and to make decisions. And regarding mediation, as I commented, grandparents provided the children with the materials needed for the different missions. They gave instructions, they gave advice. But that was the general thing, but in some activities the interaction was quite intensive and different. For example, in that startup game, that was a tangible game to introduce computational terms and concepts. It was a game that was new for both for the children and for the grandparents, and it has had a strong new learning component there. That asymmetric interactions were broken, so they were much more symmetric. It's true that the grandparents gave children the objects, the tangible objects to be put onto the tabletop, but it was much more symmetric, the interaction. They both worked together to get the mission accomplished. Also, in the search of the suitcase mission, the suitcase itself was quite an old-fashioned one, so the children didn't know how to open it, so they needed the help of their grandparents. That was the same that happened in a word soup that was also inside one of the missions, that grandparents were much better resolving the word soup, so the children realized that, and they were asking the grandparents to give instructions on to help. So in those situations, the grandparents show themselves as masters, and the children saw them as experts, which was not the general thing during the rest of the activities. Regarding the small talk with the children after play, they said it had been very nice to play with their grandparents because it's true that they spend, especially in Spain, grandchildren, they spend a lot of time with their grandparents, but they said that this doesn't mean that they play together. So they said, usually my grandfather is reading the newspaper and I'm doing homework or playing, or my grandma is in the kitchen preparing the meal. So and they said, secondly, they say their grandparents were not so good playing, but they admitted that in some missions their help had been really crucial to achieve them. Regarding the grandparents, in the questionnaire they say they were very happy with the experiences, but also there were 2 interesting issues that arose. One, that they felt they had not helped their grandchildren at all, and that was not true. So that may indicate for us the necessity of pointing out the value of the supporting role of the elderly, during the gameplay. And also regarding their feelings, generally it had been positive, but some of the people said that in some points of the game they had felt slow or a little stupid in comparison with their grandchildren. So for us that is also a big point to take into account. So it is totally necessary to fine-tune the activities to the abilities of the participants. So after these two successful game sessions, we decided to go ahead and to do a workshop. So the workshop had three parts. One, it was just a gaming session, but a short one, so that the family groups, just played a simplified version of the game with the meteors attack, the star loop, and the freeing the star activities I explained before. Then there was the second part was a design factors brainstorming, and the third part was the games modifications proposals. So I will focus in the last two ones, yes, because it's the difference between what I have presented before. Regarding the design factors brainstorming, the aim of this part was just to talk with grandparents and their grandchildren about the most important factors to design. So we wanted to intergenerational games. We wanted to compare with those design factors found in the literature. So the activity was really, we projected them a slide with the picture of a game designer, which was also a grandmother, and we said it's a pity it was in Japanese, but he said there are four questions to be taken, very important to be taken into account when designing those kind of games, intergenerational games. So there was a brainstorming with the families, and the group highlighted four things: fun, learning, participation of all, and control over the game. And in fact, these factors were alignment was the original factors or proposed aspects that Japanese designer, which was not such a designer, that were ourselves, were proposing. And these four factors that were also totally aligned what the families said came also from a combination of really two models: the technology acceptance model, TAM model, and the theory of planet behavior, in the way that was proposed by Chen. And also they were aligned with some of the design aspects, the most important aspects highlighted in the work of Kolhoff. In the third part, the games for modifications proposals, we divided the players in two groups. One group was in charge of analyzing the star loop game, and the other the freeing the star game. And they had to analyze it and to make proposals of improvements. All the proposals were in three areas: the inclusion, having modifications to have more fun, the inclusion of more learning elements, and to increase the level of complexity, which are also aligned with the work of De La Era and Kolhoff. So to conclude, our intergenerational gaming experiences were very positive. They confirmed us the suitability of the designed games to support intergenerational play, and also they helped us to fine-tune and to understand the most important design factors to be taken into account. In particular, our experiences brought to light the necessity of strengthening the learning potential of the experiences, the utility of the game experiences themselves as a new conversation topic that facilitates a dialogue between generations. Also, it was realized that they said there were many times they didn't know really what to talk about with their grandparents, their grandchildren. So these experiences may be conversation topics themselves. Also, they have a big potential to show different roles and abilities from one generation to the other. And also the challenge of fine-tuning the games activities to the cognitive and physical activities of all participants, and also the lack of tools to assess those intergenerational experiences and their impact. And these two last things are going to be the focus of our next future work. So got to the end of the presentation. There you have it on the slide also my contact information, my email. So if you want to have more information or more details about this work that is being carried out through a project now.
Hello, My name is Jeanette Sjöberg, and I am a senior lecturer in pedagogy at Halmstad University, Sweden.
And I'm Eva Brooks and work as a professor at Aalborg-University in Denmark.
Today we are presenting our paper called Teachers and Game Design, 2 case studies in Sweden and Denmark.
The research we are presenting here is based on a project on digital game-based learning in the Nordic countries and funded by Nordplus Horizontal and included a mixture of participants, universities, municipalities, schools and companies. But the present study which we are presenting here today was carried out in collaboration between the Swedish and Danish university partners.
According to Nusinen and based on Van Eck, there are 4 different approaches for game-based learning: using educational games, using entertainment games, learning by making games, and using game elements in non-game contexts, namely gamification. In our work, we also add the dimension of using game design activities as motivators for developing children's creative and social skills, as well as other kinds of learning.
Research in this area points to that a poor design of educational games can impact on a learning process and its outcomes. However, this is an understudied aspect of a digital game-based learning aspect. In addition, our previous research shows that implementing digital games into learning activities still is challenging for teachers as they experience themselves as not pedagogically or technically capable of doing this. So we took these aspects into consideration by involving teachers in a workshop where they should evaluate digital educational game apps based on their pedagogical and design values. So we wanted the teachers to explore how the app's game design could foster children's agency and to identify learning potentials of these apps. And we studied the process of the teachers' discussion.
The research question we have asked are, in what ways do teachers concretize their comprehensions and of digital game-based learning in their discussions of educational games for school children? And how are different discourses about the learning process and or didactical potential in relation to digital games constructed in teachers' discussions while assessing game apps?
Theoretically, then, we were inspired by She and She's literature review, where they focused on higher-level game design concepts, and they identified game goals as an overarching core concept for game designs. And these goals should then function as motivators for learners to explore the game and experience satisfaction when achieving game goals. And pedagogically, this relates then to specific learning goals or parts of the curriculum. And She and She's, they divided this overall game goal into 3 categories. And they mention game mechanism, which is about how a game enables learners to smoothly navigate in the game world. For example, how the game can trigger relevant feedback. And from a learning perspective, a game's interface then become crucial design feature, as it allows the learner for autonomy, for example, to select and change things during the gameplay. Game fantasy is another category which involves a game's environment and background. And from a learning point of view, elements of the game should be integrated into an imaginary world which can immerse a learner in the game, and here the narrative is a crucial element of the design. Finally, game value. This 3rd category is what attracts the learner to actually start playing the game, and it represents certain features which can generate motivation and engagement by the learners.
The present study is based on qualitative research, including 2 creativity workshop cases, Case 1 and Case 2, designed to provide a framework for primary and preschool teachers to assess potentials of digital game-based learning. Accordingly, a number of selected apps in the areas of math, language, and science were introduced to the participating teachers aligned with an assessment framework to value the app's learning designs in terms of content and form. They were divided into groups to choose a game and to jointly evaluate this game. Case 1 included 9 female primary school teachers from schools in southwest Halland in Sweden. The 9 teachers were divided into 3 groups. In one of the groups, the teachers were from the same school and teacher team. The remaining groups included participants from different schools. Case 2 included 3 male participants in northern Jutland, Denmark. 1 preschool teacher, 1 leader of preschools, and 1 assistant professor in a teaching education program focusing on mathematics. The Case 2 participants worked together in 1 group. Each group had a designated workstation where a fixed camera facing the table center was set up and recorded the activities at each workstation. In total, we gathered 400 minutes of video data. Additional 80 minutes of video data from Case 2 were unfortunately lost, and therefore the 4 participants in Case 2 were interviewed a while after the workshop to capture their further insights on the topic of digital game-based learning in classroom settings.
The procedure of the workshop was divided into 4 parts, and it started with an introduction. And part 1 of the workshop, where the teachers explored the different game apps that we had offered to them. And part 2 of the workshop, there the teachers were playing and assessing the chosen game app. And they focused on the game design and its didactical potential. Part 3 of the workshop, then the teachers should develop a teaching activity, including the game app that they have chosen to work with. And finally, then part 4, where the teachers presented the results for each other, results in the form of the teaching activity and how they came up with this. And finally, we evaluated the workshop. And here you can also see the different games that we used in the Swedish and the Danish cases. And the choice of the games were based on games that were often used in educational settings in the fields of language, math, and science.
In the first part of the workshop, the participant had time to test the different apps and choose one of them to assess, as well as to design a teaching activity, as Eva said. This was followed by a longer session, part 2 in the workshop, where they should more in detail play and assess the game design to get ideas about how the game could be used for a specific teaching activity. This part of the workshop was assisted by a list of questions you can see here to guide the evaluation.
Our analytical approach then was based on a discourse analysis and partly also of discursive psychology. And it was divided into 5 steps, where the first step were that we transcribed the video recordings, the total material of it, to get an overall view of the material. And step 2, then, we did coding. We used color coding of specific content to identify discourses in the material. And the third step, there we jointly reviewed the different patterns to identify the recurring patterns that were constructed. And step 4, there we organized the themes out of the patterns, and we analyzed excerpts that fitted to the discourse structure. Step 5, finally, there we selected example of excerpts and also decided which to include in the paper.
Having analyzed the data, it was possible to identify 3 emerging themes in the material: game design as persona, game design as form, and game design as pedagogical function. These themes are connected to different perspectives of the concept of game design and should be seen in relation to the aim and research question posed in the present paper.
So the first theme then, the game design as persona, concerned how the teacher talked about the game. And here we found that the border between the text, which was the app, and the sociocultural aspects blurred, and the app became personalized. So the text was not only framed as a text, but overlaid with subject like science. And the participants often referred to the game app as it or they, and in relation to personal characteristics. For example, they said that it was not that dumb, referring to the app. And the app then became a kind of hybrid things with embodied attributes. And this discourse was problematic, though, because it produced an undetermined way of talking about game apps. It was not distinct enough to focus on the issue of using game for learning purposes.
In relation to the second theme, a game structure enables learners to navigate and interact in a game, specifically tied to a game's goal. This structure forms the game's rules, offering the player different choices to navigate throughout a game. In this way, goals, rules, and choices are tied to more complex procedures that all in all form the content of gameplay. However, unlike other media, the form of digital games still does not have an established structure. For example, they can vary in their mechanics, narrative, scope, topic, or number of players. This can create difficulties for teachers to determine what it is that constitutes a game, in particular when it comes to educational games. Considering this, the theme Game Design as Form addresses the issue whether a game actually is a game or not, and it is constructed by the teachers' discussions about what a game is or what it is that constitutes a game. As they are talking about what really makes out a game, they are constructing a discourse of the game in which they are positioning the game app as either a real game or as something else, for example, a puzzle or a pedagogical tool.
And finally, then, the third theme, game design as pedagogical function. And here it focuses on teachers' interpretation and construction of how they discuss to go about using game-based learning. And this is to say how the game design functioned pedagogically. And they reason, for example, about the game design's collaborative function. And they pointed out that it was really not built into the game design in general, but rather needed to be designed by themselves as teachers as an additional function outside the game. And they also discussed how they could introduce the game, considering that children have different experiences and knowledge about the subject or about gameplay. And here they put emphasis on their teacher role as instructors. And they spent time on comparing traditional ways of doing, for example, math, and the game's design of math exercises. And the reasoning related to how actually the pedagogy of the game design was constructed as traces of social practice. In one group, however, they were concerned about the fact that pedagogical functions in game apps for children in general actually didn't exist. And here the teachers was inflected by the sociocultural context and traditions within they as teachers were situated. And they acknowledged pedagogical contexts such as collaboration and explorative learning, which is goals that they want to apply in their teaching. And they acknowledged children's curiosity. And this highlighted the significance that they put onto the sociocultural framing by both questioning the meaningfulness of existing game apps for children and the culture of the game design as such.
Conclusively then, we already know that, for instance, Nordic teachers for various reasons do not use digital game-based learning to any great extent in their teaching. The most evident reason is that they lack the knowledge about both the gaming context itself and about what it might enable in terms of learning potential. Hence, more knowledge about digital game-based learning is needed for teachers to increase the use of games in school teaching. Accordingly, we argue for the necessity to view digital game-based learning as an alternative method to be considered based on its specific attributes, rather than approaching it in terms of traditional ways of teaching. Furthermore, we found that our workshop design encouraged a discussion and insight into games and their learning potential among the participating teachers, which it looked like they did not initially have. And we also argue that our workshop design actually facilitates the use of digital game-based learning, as well as reduces the gap between games and pedagogy.
And finally, we want to acknowledge the Nordplus Horizontal who financed this research. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marcelo Salaberry and I will present GamAll, Playing Beyond Boundaries, Gamification and Multimodal Literacy. I start with the goals we want to achieve with this game, an introduction about Mobile and the motivation for develop this work. Then I present the design decisions, and I conclude with some final remarks and further work. The main objectives of this investigation are to design a game directed to pre- and primary school children that support the development of reading competence of multimodal texts to be integrated in the Story app Mobile in Brazil, and to use gamification to promote reading, motivation, and engagement. As we know, mobile devices have infiltrated our daily environment like no other previous technology before. Their learning and interactive functionalities make them popular among young children, who often make their first contact with literature and other subjects through such devices. In this context, Mobile is a project that aims to develop a set of tools to support children in the development of cognitive, social, and language skills. As I said before, the pedagogical game presented in this talk complements the interactive story app Mobile in Brazil, which is a history app that includes a geographical map, a 316 environment, a puzzle, a page with augmented reality, and an incorporated glossary that explains keywords from the history, directed to pre- and primary school children. The video shows a short presentation of Mobile in Brazil. As we could see, Mobile in Brazil explores visual, oral, and verbal modes. Given that the comprehension of an interactive story app requires specific reading skills and strategies, it's necessary to develop pedagogical materials and tools that support the development of students' reading competence related to digital multimodal texts. This work takes advantage of the opportunities offered by this new kind of text and articulates some gamification elements to the necessary skills to read a multimodal text. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about gamification. To begin, it's important to differentiate serious games from gamification. Serious games are games that have a pedagogical component. The Mobile Digital Manipulative is an example. Gamification, on the other hand, is the use of concepts of game in a non-game environment. For example, the use of points, ranking, and feedback in a classroom. Some important concepts of gamification are points are used to quantify the user's action. Levels provide the perception of progress in the game. Achievements are the visual representation of the objectives that have been reached. Feedback is a positive or an indicative reinforcement about the user's performance. Ranking is used for comparison between people who are participating in the gamified activity, often generating a feeling of competition among them. Mission are used to guide the user within the system and make it more interesting for the user. Integration is the ability of the system to accommodate an inexperienced user or one who used the system for the first time. Engagement loops are techniques to keep the user motivated and willing to use the system again. Customization allows the user to modify the system's items according to her preferences. Rules help to define how the user should use the system or which permissions he has, and narrative is used to guide the user and encourage her to act as expected. And now I will present our game. GamAll is a game that aims to reinforce the knowledge transmitted by reading Multimodal in Brazil in a playful way. This investigation follows a design-based research methodology, encouraging collaboration between participants and researchers. Implement the game, which presupposes a cyclical development focused on designing, test, improvement the game prototype, and validating the game through empirical investigation. Considering the age of the target audience, pre- and primary school children, the chosen concepts are easy to understand and do not encourage competition among users, but rather collaboration in order to achieve the goal of expanding and strengthening the knowledge developed through the reading of the story app. The game is still in the development phase, includes the gamification concepts presented next. Levels. The game is divided into 5 regions, which correspond to the socio-demographic regions of Brazil. In each one, there are challenges that address specific characteristics of the region, expanding the knowledge acquired during the reading of story app. It's important to highlight that the information about the regions is presented in the history through different modes, like visual, oral, and haptic. So, the game may also explore how each mode is understood, or not, by the user. Thus, the challenges in each level also articulate different modes. The existence of levels brings a sense of continuity and progression in the game. At the beginning of the game, the first region available for play will be the South, the same region where the history of Multimodal in Brazil begins. To generate the feeling of progression, the player will only have the opportunity to advance to the next region after completing a minimum score in the region he is. The progression in the game takes place by the same path taken during the story app. The initial designs for the sum of game levels illustrate this multimodal approach. First, identifying objects related to the history, presented mainly through the visual mode. Second one, discovering story elements, presented through the interplay of verbal and visual modes. Third, pairing sound and object, exploring elements present through oral mode during the history. And fourth one, matching animals and their habitats, exploring information present through the interplay of verbal, visual, and oral modes. Points. To the points, the star format was chosen because it's simple and easy to understand, considering the target audience, and it is a way to show the points in the visual mode. Also, include a text to guide the user. The score is divided into 3 categories. 1 star. If the participant does not successfully complete at least 16% of the challenges in a level, he will not be able to move to the next phase. So, he gets 1 star and is invited to read the page about that region in the story app. 2 stars. When the participant gets enough points to advance it to the next level, he gets 2 stars. 3 stars. If the user successfully completes more than 18% of the challenge on a level, he gets 3 stars. Feedback. Along the gameplay, the user will receive instantaneous feedback and, if necessary, an aid to improve the score, according to the stars score at the end of each level. There will be different kinds of feedback. There will be instructions that highlight the semiotic resource used during the meme-making process, as well as hints that emphasize the relation between each mode will be presented during the different challenges in each level, according to the user performance. Every time the user asks for a hint, there are 2 ways to show it: in a text mode, like the image on the left, and in an illustrated mode, like the image on the right. Customization. The participant will have the opportunity to choose one of 2 characters to accompany her during the trajectory of the game. He will also be able to choose the language, Portuguese or English, of the history. And, finally, the user can decide to listen or not to the oral narration. The possibility of customization is a way to help the user to identify with the game. Achievements. At the end of each level completed with 3 stars, the user will receive a reward. Besides, at the end of the road, if the participant has 3 stars in all levels, it will be offered a file for download with the augmented reality figures from another story app that are part of the same set of pedagogical materials. Rules. The rules of the game are defined by the score the participants obtain at each stage. A minimum score is required to proceed to next stage. And narrative. The character chosen in the customization will guide the user throughout the game. Besides, there is a narrative that contextualizes the levels and the challenges the user needs to overcome. Besides the gamification concepts cited, the game also uses multimodal literacy to continue and reinforce the knowledge acquired with mobile. And to conclude my presentation, we have proposed a dialogue. In this presentation, we have proposed a dialogue between digital environments, multimodality, and gamification for the development of a game that aims to reinforce the knowledge constructed through the interaction with an interactive story app for children. To future works, we intend to expand the game to all other packs of mobile, creating a world of mobile where kids can be motivated to learn through the game and having fun. Thank you.
Hello, welcome everyone. My name is Wout Kaag. I did, together with Mariette Teune and Theo Huibers, a study into designing a learning robot to encourage collaboration between children. Our objective was to see how a teachable agent could foster collaboration between children. We created a tabletop activity with the Service Bot, the robot you see on the left. I'll start by telling more about the Service Bot. Then I'll give some background on collaboration. I'll explain more about our concept and the first prototype. We tested this first prototype in a pilot study, and based on the results we came up with a second improved prototype. This prototype was used in the main study, and in the main study we analyzed the level of collaboration between pairs of children using an annotation scheme that we developed. At last I'll give our conclusions and a few recommendations for future work. Why did we focus on collaboration? Collaboration is described as a 21st century skill, a skill children need to learn but can be challenging for them. Therefore, they could benefit from activities where they can explore and practice collaboration. We decided to focus on how technology can be used and designed to encourage collaboration. We thought that discovering collaboration for themselves might be more beneficial than compared to enforcing it. For the type of technology, we chose for the Service Bot, a robot specifically designed for the classroom. The robot can be summarized as a tablet on wheels, making it a very mobile and easy to use robot. The question we asked ourselves was, how can the Service Bot be used to create an activity that effectively encourages collaboration? And to evaluate such an activity, we also needed to figure out how can the level of collaboration be measured between pairs of children. This brings us to our concept. We use the Service Bot as a teachable agent that tries to complete a task. Children were asked to help the Service Bot in this effort. As you can see on the image, we designed it as a tabletop activity. We thought of a story that we told children where the Service Bot is a bear that searches for the items of clothing that match the winter weather. The Service Bot starts to move between 4 locations on the corners of the table. At each location, the Service Bot can select different items. On this image, you can see one of the locations, and you can also see that each location has a number of cards that show the actions that the robot can do there. And this allowed children to anticipate or create a plan on where the robot should go. While the robot moves around and takes actions, children could follow the robot around the table, and they got one tablet to provide feedback on the actions, whether the item of clothing was correct or not. The children got told that the Service Bot learns and improves its decision making based on their feedback. But in this first prototype, the Service Bot could not autonomously act, move, or learn yet. We used a Wizard of Oz approach for that. We created a script of actions that the facilitator of the study used to control the flow and select the next action. The facilitator also controlled the movement using a tablet. The idea was that children could do multiple rounds, and each time the robot would start at the same location, but the script's action would be more and more geared towards the items that matched the weather scenario. That would simulate the learning process. Here you see the 3 components. On the left, the tablet of the children with a slider to provide positive or negative feedback. In the middle, you see the Service Bot with the bear and a thought cloud. And the thought cloud was meant as a way to show the actions the robot was about to take. It was thinking of. This gave children the time to discuss and provide feedback. On the right, you see the tablet used by the facilitator to control the movement and actions of the service bot. To demonstrate how the concept works, here you see 4 locations. The service bot is at the door location. Here you see the screen of the service bot with the service bot thinking of the hallway location. And this is the first step, thinking of an action. And after a couple seconds, the service bot would perform the action by moving towards the hallway. Once it's there, the process repeats. The service bot thinks of an action, the jacket in this case, and again, after a couple seconds, it will perform the action. The screen gives a notification when children send feedback to indicate that feedback has been received. Here you see thumbs up, meaning positive feedback. This goes on until the robot decides to go outside. Of course, in this first prototype, the moment that the robot decides to go outside was scripted, but it was shown as a winter landscape in the back of the screen, and it marked the end of a round. In the pilot study, we tested this prototype and explored what kind of collaboration occurred. We also identified possible improvements for a second prototype. 12 children participated in pairs of 2. Their age was between 4 and 8 years old. The session began by the facilitator telling a story of the bear, inviting children to help her. Then children were explained how the tablet worked, and we did 3 rounds. Based on the script, the bear ended with non-winter clothes in the first 2 rounds, and in the third round the bear wore the winter items, simulating the learning curve. After the activity, children were made aware that the facilitator controlled the service bot. And per session, we looked at whether children remained engaged, and we also kept track of the frequency and values of their feedback. What we observed was that children seemed to have a good understanding of how the activity worked. Most of them remained engaged and provided feedback throughout the activity. But there was limited collaboration. It was mostly individual play, where one child followed the robot, carried the tablet around, and also provided feedback. Although they did take turns in this, the other one wouldn't actively contribute. One pair was an exception and showed more extensive collaboration. They divided roles. One followed the robot from location to location and communicated the actions, while the other stayed at the tablet and provided feedback. They were the only pair that didn't walk around with the tablet. Maybe they were thinking that it wasn't allowed. And what seemed to happen was that made the activity more difficult. And that could have triggered the role division. An interesting observation was to see how the pairs of children provided feedback. Most pairs provided feedback regularly throughout the 3 rounds. And as the chart shows, it was either extremely positive or negative, not a lot of values in between. And since most of them played the activities in turns, we thought that there might not be a lot of reason to find a compromise. And another explanation could be that the activity was too straightforward, that they were in full agreement on what items the robot should get. With this in mind, we came with some improvements for a second prototype. And firstly, we fixed the tablet to the table. The idea was to make it more difficult to provide feedback and at the same time see what the robot was doing. And this should make the children more dependent on one another to successfully help the robot. Secondly, we increased the ambiguity in the activity. The slider users gave us the impression that the actions were too straightforward given the winter scenario. So we removed some very distinct items of clothing and replaced them by ones that were more similar to the others. For example, given the winter scenario, the decision between a t-shirt and a sweater is easy to make. But the decision between a green and a yellow sweater is more difficult. So we thought, well, that might spark some discussions. So we made a number of those changes. Lastly, which isn't necessarily an improvement, but it did make the activity more real, is that we implemented a reinforcement learning framework so that the robot could actually learn from the feedback it got and select its own actions. So the Wizard of Oz approach was only limited to the movement of the Surface Bot. This improved prototype was used in the main study, where we aimed to measure the level of collaboration. The setup and method used in the study was similar to the pilot. Children participated in pairs and again did multiple rounds. Each round the robot began at a certain location without any items, but it kept the policy and information learned from the previous rounds in the session. To measure collaboration, we developed an annotation scheme based on an existing collaboration framework. We used it as a starting point and refined it to evaluate the collaboration between children. Our scheme consists of 8 indicators over 3 classes. So participation, perspective taking, and social regulation. We used the scheme to annotate 30-second fragments. Per fragment, we annotated whether an indicator had occurred. Using this method, we could, for each indicator, calculate a score. And this gave us an idea of the level of collaboration. We also tried to identify certain collaborative behaviors based on what we saw in the pilot, among others, turn-taking and a division of roles. We annotated this not per fragment, but per session. From the 9 pairs of children that participated in the main study, we observed 4 of them dividing roles. So in this respect, the second prototype seemed to encourage collaboration more effectively. The largest trigger seemed to be the fixed tablet. It made the children's task more difficult and provided an incentive to collaborate. The image on the left shows a starting situation where they both can see the robot and also provide feedback. And in the second image, they have divided roles where one communicates the actions, the other listens and provides the feedback. We expected that a role division would influence the indicator scores. So we compared the average indicator scores categorized by whether or not a role division had occurred. The chart shows that the pairs that established a role division scored higher across the different indicators. Mainly the indicators audience awareness and responsibility initiative had quite high. The scores were quite higher for those indicators for the pairs that established a role division. And the reason could be how we interpreted these indicators. They were very much in line with how a role division happened. We annotated audience awareness as a situation where one child shares information related to the activity that is unknown to the other. For example, what actions the Surface Bot is about to do, while the other is focused on providing feedback. Responsibility initiative describes the effort of a child to involve the other child in the activity. For example, by encouraging to share what the Surface Bot is doing, or by asking a question related to the activity. To summarize, our pilot with the first prototype mostly led to limited collaboration, where children took turns in operating the tablet. The main study with the second prototype, there we observed more division of roles, where one operated the tablet and the other followed the robot. Thus, the second prototype seemed to encourage collaboration more than the first prototype, more effectively. But given the scale of the study, these are preliminary results. The difference in the collaborative scores are difficult to attribute solely to a division of roles. Other factors such as the age of children and whether they were friends or not could also have influenced the level of collaboration. We did establish an activity that engaged children and brought about different types of collaborative behavior. So we have used a teachable agent to encourage collaboration, and we think it has potential, but more research would be required to bring this to the level of an activity that fits in the classroom. So therefore we also have some recommendations for future work. Firstly, it was outside the scope of this research to see whether children actually improved their collaborative skills in this activity. So further studies can focus on the long-term effect of participating in such activities that are designed to encourage collaboration. Secondly, we also encourage other studies to rethink and redesign the activity to encourage collaboration more effectively. For example, by exploring how learning material from children's school subjects can be integrated, or to develop guidelines on how ambiguity added. Research into how technology could foster collaboration could in the long run help children to develop the skill and discover that it's not only valuable but also fun. With this, I want to end my presentation. Thank you all for listening. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Welcome to Learning Strategies among Students during a sudden transition to online teaching in a PBL-university, conducted by Annette Lykke Hindhed, Vibeke Harms Andersen and Dorina Gnauer, all from Aalborg University, Department of Culture and Learning. In this talk, we will first say something about the context and our theoretical background. First of all, we'd like to introduce to collaborative learning. It is defined as two or more students working together towards a shared learning goal, whereas cooperation reflects the case where students work separately with a portion of the task that is later fusioned into a comprehensive product. This is important because we take as an onset Aalborg University and PBL learning. PBL is a pedagogical design in which students in group engage actively in problem solving and thereby extend their knowledge and co-create a solution to a given problem. And this is a collaborative activity where inquiry entails the critical analysis and synthesis of new information gained when confronting opposing discourses. And meta-reflection as a collaborative practice is when students develop dialogic, argumentative thinking and writing competences, and this is the core of the so-called dialogic pedagogy. So what we also draw on is learning ecologies, and learning ecologies are instances of eco-social systems that follow a developmental trajectory. That means that they involve relational and interactional processes in the construction, in the sharing and the reconstruction of meaning. And seen from a learning ecology perspective, the internet and digital technologies have altered our environment and hence the way we learn, especially in the COVID-19 crisis. We also draw on Geert Biesta, who has focused on what might be involved in education in a world of human difference. And he argues that good education requires answering the question of purpose, which according to him relates to the following three domains: qualification, socialization and subjectification. And qualification stands for knowledge, skills and disposition, whereas socialization is about the formal and informal ways in which we, through education, become part of certain social, cultural and political orders. And subjectification is the way in which upbringing and teaching enables the individual to make sure of his or her mind without the guidance of another, and thus step out of his or her self-inflicted immaturity. And it requires that teachers sustain a sense of their students as unique individuals in the process of developing their individual voices and relationships with the world. We have a research question. We are interested in how a transition as COVID-19 has affected the dialogic element in teaching and learning, and what could be the role of dialogue in recovering the ecological learning balance in an online and possibly hybrid learning environment. We focus on students' beliefs in order to get a sense of the individual and collective discourses that inform students' perceptions and also their judgments of what motivates and drives their action during this unexpected digital transition due to the COVID-19 crisis. Particularly, we are focusing on the role of technology in supporting or inhibiting discursive spaces through dialogue. We have based our study on data from a master's degree program in the field of humanities in Aalborg University during the first 3 months of the COVID-19 lockdown. And we aim to map students' learning experience, during this digital turnover. And the quantitative part of the survey included questions regarding the degree of ease in transitioning in an online teaching environment, as well as online PBL supervision. And here we relate to the domain of qualification, that is, students' ability to require new knowledge and skills in the new online learning environment. And here you can see that there is a relative wide distribution of perceived degree of ease regarding various aspects of the online teaching. Elements relating to communication about the logistics of online teaching, as well as to the ease of adapting digitized teaching options to individual learning preferences, seems critical to many of the students. And this possibly reflects uneven opportunities for learning. This group of students are accustomed to classroom teaching, and it may be confusing to find oneself's place in a multimodal environment with different affordances for learning. So we think that their responses reflect difficulties in navigating this environment, and therefore they require the need for teachers to control. So we see that teachers are appreciated for offering clarification in response to student uncertainties, and we think that this indicates that from the student's perspective, teachers play a strong role in guiding students to become part of this new social order, you could say. And it might indicate that during the lockdown, most students expressed agency in asking their teachers for help. We also asked students about which ways of digitizing teaching they considered important to their learning. And in responding to this question, they had the option to select from several pre-formulated options, as well as add their own statements. And we see that they again ask for explicit criteria for the work during online teaching. They deem it very important to get explicit norms from teachers as to what is considered the right way student behavior. And this raises the question of whether presenting students with predefined standards for the right knowledge and the right behavior is conducive to learning. Another way of understanding this is that exposing students to less structured context for knowledge creation allows a more fluid process of knowing, similar to moral or political education, and this could elicit the students' active engagement and sense of learning as agentic action. From the qualitative parts of the survey, we saw in general that students experience decreased co-involvement in decision-making, decreased dialogic collaboration, and changed pedagogical setup that did not support learning through discursive meaning negotiation. And here are two examples of the quotes that lead us to conclude this. Here is a student saying, "It helps me to be part of the group. I have greatly benefited from my project group." And to this student, it seems that there is synergy in the domain of qualification and socialization when working in groups, as not only qualification and academic achievement count for her. It is also a goal in the pedagogical setup of PBL and through group work that the sense of belonging to a group. Students appeared to struggle to maintain a stable identity when the only contact with peers was through digital technology. Therefore, they seemed to orient themselves towards a change to the existing order, so that different ways of being became possible. And we see here in the quotes that There is a sense of missed opportunity to interact with more knowledgeable others as compared to the previous social order, that is the live lectures. On the other hand, merely transposing familiar structures to a digital format does not seem as an option, and it inhibits the construction of meaning through direct dialogue. So new and explicit active learning strategies are required in order to foster learning. So we have focused on how a group of students at a PBL-university have navigated the altered learning environment during COVID-19 pandemic in terms of collaboration, dialogue, and experienced learning. And we drew on an ecological conception of agency as achievement. We found that the students' agency is achieved when they are able to ask for help from the teachers. In terms of collaboration, we also saw that students prefer getting feedback from teachers rather than from peers. Students ask for explicit criteria for the work during online teaching, emphasizing the dimension of education that focuses on qualification. Here we see that students deem it very important to get explicit norm from the teachers as to what is considered the right student behavior. We also found that while students prefer teacher control in terms of the right knowledge, informed judgment might encourage teachers to expose students to more open forms of knowing and thus challenge withholding uncertainty. Despite the new structural circumstances, students expressed that they expect teaching to be based on principles of a high degree of student involvement. When aiming for achievement of qualification in digitized online environment, there is therefore a risk of a negative impact on the domain of subjectification as students become more invisible. To some students, there seems to be a synergy in the domain of qualification and socialization when working in project group, where not only qualification and academic achievements account. But students' agency is hindered in a setting where their only contact with peers is through digital technology. In and through the particular ecological condition and circumstances of complete digitization, it seems more difficult to reach deep reflections and critical thinking. Students' agency is also hindered if levels of variation in the digitized teaching involving and activating are low. Thank you so much for listening to this talk.
This presentation is based on the paper Increasing Reading Engagement for Danish Gymnasium Students, the Hosier and His Daughter as a Serious Game. I am Thomas Bjørner, Project Manager of this study and Research Group Leader of MEGA, Media Innovation and Game Research, a very recent established research group at Aalborg University, Department of Architecture, Design and Media Technology. This study was aimed at using serious gaming as an approach to engage students enrolled at Ørsted Gymnasium in Copenhagen in reading Sten Stensen Blikke's 1829 novella, The Hosier and His Daughter. In Danish it's called Hosekammeren. The story resembles that of Romeo and Juliet in that it involves young star-crossed lovers who cannot be together and ends in a tragedy. The story employs poetic realism, but it is not easy to read. This is partly due to its early 19th century wording and writing style, but its complexity mainly arises from the story's narration, which presents potential barriers to the reading engagement. A traveler who has no connection with the characters in the novella narrates the story. This disconnect between narrator and story can make it difficult for the reader to engage with the story. The novella has therefore become notorious as one of the most boring and tedious texts in the mandatory Danish gymnasium curriculum. This study research question was as follows. Can a serious game be designed to increase reading engagement in Sten Stensen Blikke's novella The Hosier and His Daughter as part of the mandatory reading in Danish literature classes at Ørsted Gymnasium? Reading fiction is positively associated with higher performance on reading assessments. However, in recent decades, students have changed their habits. they now read less fiction and spend more time reading online than before. In Denmark, 20% of young adults do not read fiction, which is in line with other international reports. On average, across OECD countries, 37% of students report that they do not read for enjoyment at all. Reading has always been encouraged through complex and diverse practices. However, there is considerable concern that young adults do not read well enough to cope with the increasing literacy demands of an information society. Reading is a skill with many gradations of proficiency, and reading a rather complex novella from 1829 requires a different level of reading ability than, for example, reading a newspaper or subtitles on Netflix. If students read less fiction, they could lack familiarity with national literature of historical importance. However, there is another concern. In Danish gymnasiums, male students struggle more with reading engagement compared to female students. This lack of reading engagement may partly explain why male students in particular lag behind compared to female students in Danish gymnasiums, a fact that poses challenges for male students in terms of later educational opportunities and access to the labor market. In Danish gymnasiums, the average grade difference is 0.5 points based on a 7-point grading scale in favor of female students. However, in Danish literature, which includes a great deal of mandatory reading, female student grades are 1.4 higher on average than male students. Other countries are reporting similar phenomenon, such as higher dropout rates and lower average grades among male students. We are in the research group Media Innovation and Game Research especially interested in educational purposes and serious gaming. In 2018, we had a similar study as of presented today. The 2018 study took departure in Homer's The Odyssey as a getaway to increase boys' engagement in reading the mandatory poem. It also used the transmedia storytelling as an approach to the reading engagement. Scholars have described multiple principles for designing serious games for educational purposes, including a focus on reading engagement. Important aspects of serious game design for learning and reading engagement include realism, feedback, discovery, repetition, guidance, flow, digital storytelling, and debriefing. Furthermore, motivation is important. Reading engagement, both in serious games and in other media, including analog media, requires the reader to be motivated. This involves aspects such as important elements within the text content, text comprehension, knowledge acquisitions, and social interactions that employ knowledge and lessons learned from the text. Scholars have also previously emphasized the specific aspects of intrinsic motivation as important when designing serious games for reading engagement. These can include elements such as curiosity, a desire for a challenge, flow, involvement, or narrative engagement. In particular, narrative engagement seems important within a serious game focused on reading engagement because of its relation to the story experience while playing the game. Studies have also included transmedia storytelling as a getaway to reading engagement or educational purposes by combining analog reading with parts of the story included within a serious game. The term transmedia storytelling is defined and used differently across disciplines. However, there is common agreement that it is a method or technique for telling a story across media platforms that often includes digital technologies such as serious gaming. Ryan, among others, stated that a successful digital transmedia storytelling requires a process of active collaboration in the co-creation of meaning. This study transmedia storytelling included 52 students from 2 Danish classes, Class M and S. Both classes were from Ørestad Gymnasium, which is located in Copenhagen in Denmark, and has a special profile focusing on media, communications and culture. Class M had a media study profile and consisted of 27 students, 14 male, 13 female. Class S had a social science profile and 25 students, 12 male, 13 female. All participants gave informed consent and were informed that they could withdraw at any time. There was also special ethical considerations when recruiting teenagers in accordance with Danish data law and the International Code of Conduct. This study was conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic, so most of the study was conducted online. All teaching at Ørestad Gymnasium also took place online at this point. A very important focus of this study was to involve the teachers who taught the students about the Hosier and His Daughter. This was done by following a participatory design approach in which the end users included both teachers and students. The teachers served as gatekeepers who facilitated and controlled the reading process in areas such as the curriculum's aims, focus, knowledge, skills, and analysis. Therefore, the teachers were involved as co-designers very early on in the process. They were asked for input and feedback, but they were also partners and co-workers in the design process regarding changes and aspects of the game development. Prior to the co-design efforts with the teachers, there was made class observations and short interviews with students. Furthermore, the gymnasium's headmasters was interviewed during this step 1 and provided acceptance and engagements related to the study. 9 students outside Class M and S took part in the pilot testing within an iterative process in this pre-engagement step 1. In step 2, the students they read the 7 first pages of the Hosier and His Daughter. Prior to the reading, the teachers provided minor instructions. Then in step 3, the students they answered the first evaluation questionnaire immediately after having read the novella's first 7 pages. The questionnaire consisted of general questions related to the story and reading engagement at this stage. In total, 50 participants completed the evaluation and there was a 96% response rate. In step 4 and 5, the participant installed and played a game from a Google Drive folder. There were clear instructions for how to download the game. The game covered the part of the Hosier and His Daughter from page 95 to 102. These specific pages were covered in the game due to a very interesting time jump to 5 years later in the original story. This time jump in the narrative can challenge reader engagement, as the story at this point could be interpreted as having a natural end without any cliffhangers for a continuous read. Step 4 and 5, a hotline was established so students they could contact the designers if they struggled with downloading the game, unforeseen bugs or other difficulties with the game. The hotline were only used 4 times and showed the importance to ensure that students played the game and were not disengaged due to technical problems. In step 6, the students answered the second evaluation questionnaire, which contained questions about their engagement after having played the game. The questionnaire had the following themes: learning, engagement, and game aspects. It was inspired by the user engagement scale from O'Brien et al. For evaluation 2, 20 participants from Class M and 18 students from Class S participated. In total, 38 students from the 2 classes provided data for evaluation 2. In step 7, the students they read the remaining pages of the Hosier and His Daughter. In step 8, there were provided interviews with teachers and 4 students. The semi-structured interviews had the following themes: aesthetic appeal, endurability, involvement, focus attention, novelty, and usability. The series game was designed in Unity, and the game genre used within this study was an adventure puzzle solving game. To design the game, we followed 8 flow principles described by Swisher and Wade to maintain the reading engagement. The 8 elements of flow are as follows: concentration, challenge, skills, control, clear goals, feedback, immersion, and social participation. The students were able to start playing the game without reading a manual and learn the game controls in a tutorial. At the very start of the game, introduction appeared showing the keys to use for an in-game navigation, as you can see here on the figure to the right. As the players discovered interactive objects, hints were shown, including which button to use for interaction. To promote concentration, this game implemented visual and auditory stimuli using interactive objects that rewarded the player with a voiceover and a written story text. The tasks needed to be completed in a specific order to ensure that the students they actually read the story in order and followed the plot from the original story. To highlight the reading objects, a particle system, as you can see here on the figure to the left, was implemented above the objects. The particles made it easier for the players to identify the objects needed to progress in the story. To avoid confusing the players, the particles disappeared once activated. To evoke further engagement, sound effects were added when picking up clues or keys. This was done as the players interacted with the clue to provide immediate feedback. The students were expected to become less aware of their surroundings and more spatially immersed in the story, thereby improving their reading engagement. The immersive elements were implemented using visual in-game representations and settings that included assets appropriate for a house during the 19th century. In addition, the notes and letters the player had to find resembled old paper with text in a 19th century looking font. In the findings, we could see improvements in reading engagement within and after the gameplay compared to reading from the book. 85% of the students found the in-game text easy or very easy to read compared to the book text, which only 16% considered easy to read. 76% of the students enjoyed reading the story in the game to a large or very large extent compared to 24% for the book. 55% of the students indicated that they would like to continue reading the story to a large or very large extent compared to 36% after reading the book. 56% of the students were immersed in the story to a large or very large extent compared to only 14% after reading the book. 79% of the students indicated that they wanted to know to a large or very large extent what happens to the characters after playing the game. 84% of the students perceived to a large or very large extent that reading the story was more enjoyable in the game than in the book. Furthermore, from the evaluation with the interviews from the teachers, they could see potentials within the series game as an ability to motivate certain students to read longer text that otherwise would be too difficult. Also, the game can go deep into details in very specific parts of the text. Another teacher stated that the game can make the students remember more from the story. Discussion and conclusion. Yes, a serious game can improve the reading engagement, ease and enjoyment of reading, at least that is what we can see from this study. However, it is very crucial to involve the teachers very early on in the design process. the teachers are the experts in both the content and the target group. It is also important of being very professional and providing the game environment with considerations as it controls the perceptions. In the interviews, the teachers indicated concerns about that the serious game can provide visuals that actually gives some negative perceptions within the story. Future work is needed to create significant evidence and insights regarding students' reading engagement. The transmedia storytelling approach is still uncovered in terms of providing very significant evidence. It is also a methodological challenge to provide this evidence as there are many variables. It is rather difficult to measure reading engagement in a serious game due to the many variables. There are lots of different proficiencies. There are many reading abilities, reading motivations that needs to be considered within an evidence study. It is also important to include further validity and reliability in serious game evaluations. So this could include, for instance, an improved knowledge check, member check, and other kinds of intercoder reliabilities in the analysis when you have the data. Thank you very much for listening. Questions can be targeted here, or it can be sent to my email, tbj@create.au.dk. Thank you very much.
Welcome, audience. This session is about our experience on applying ARC's model for blended teaching methodology. We have gone through a quantitative research on the students' motivation aimed at the COVID-19 outbreak. My name is Dr. Usman Durrani, and my co-author is Dr. Mustafa Kamal. Before we move on with this session, a bit of a background on my university. Ajman University was established in 1988 as the first private university in Middle East, and it is the first university in UAE to admit expatriate students. In the ranking of 2021 QS university ranking list, AU is one of the top 750 universities globally, with the third most international students and fifth most international faculty among the institutes worldwide. We have got 9 colleges with 22 undergraduate degrees and 14 graduate programs, which offer academic rigor as well as hands-on industrial experience. Our multinational faculty are expert in their field with innovative research capacity and industry collaboration. Over the last 2 years to be exact, 6 AU programs have earned prestigious international accreditations across the world. Considering all the facts that I have presented and all the traditional experience, capability, and the enhancements we have gone through in the past couple of decades, in the context of COVID-19 that we have faced this year, even our well-developed courses that were prepared according to the sound industrial or instructional design aspects and principles, and successfully delivered multiple times in a traditional face-to-face classroom mode, failed to stimulate student motivation to learn in an online delivery mode in the context of COVID-19. In the mid of March 2020, we had to suspend our regular face-to-face classes, just like everywhere in the world, under the emergency policy of UAE government. In such unfamiliar circumstances, there was an uncertainty, disparity between what to teach, how to teach, where to teach, how to assess and grade, the workload of lecturer and the students, the teaching environment, and the implication of education equity. The university had to face several challenges. The weakness of e-learning infrastructure. Originally, we were maintaining the learning resources using Moodle, but that was not enough for the delivery of a completely online course, considering the COVID and the absence of face-to-face environment. So there was a weakness of e-learning and infrastructure, the lack of lecturers' experience in conducting a fully online classes, or to be exact, online courses and the programs, and how to conduct an online assessments. We actually lacked that experience, and of course the complex environment of lecturers as well as the student home added an additional complexity on top. So there was a question of how to motivate the student in an online environment, and more importantly, how to have a sustainable motivation throughout our courses. So we had to explore a lot of holistic motivational models, such as Ledkowski's time continuation model and Keller's ARC's motivational model, and we have selected ARC's model for further exploration and implementation. We have created a blended teaching methodology, and we have applied and tested it using a single case study. In the context of our study, BTM means blending ARC model processes and strategies with the traditional flipped classroom and gamified teaching methodologies. A little bit more on ARCs. ARCs presented a motivational model based on 4 factors: attention, relevance, confidence, and satisfaction. So the model itself comes with a set of motivational enhancement strategies and design processes that can be applied on any instructional design model. That can be even your customized model if you want to. So in the context of our study, the research hypothesis that we have built based on the literature review and other observations, the ARCS model and strategies positively affect on online course delivery through blended teaching methodology or methods to enhance and or sustain student motivation. There were 3 associated sub hypotheses that looked at the differences in the student motivation if different pedagogies or methodologies are applied in the context. So in terms of the research participants, we have selected a cohort of 75 undergraduate students aged between 24 to 29 years from different program majors. Few came from finance, few marketing, a couple of them from management, a lot of them from IT programs. They all were enrolled in a 6-week mandatory IT and business course where we have applied this BTM method. In terms of our blended teaching method, it comprised of a lot of theoretical and practical components which the student might engage with while working from home or during the in-classroom online experience. So a lot of assessments, few were independent of the lecturers and few were the in-classroom experience altogether. In terms of assessments, there was total of 7 types of activities or assessments that we have used for this course and their associated weightage. Few of them we have conducted in phase 1 of the course. That was more of a traditional flavor in the course, and few of them were gamified flipped classroom activities. The data collection for this research was based on continuous feedback from the students before the course, during the course, and after the course delivery. And we have used a survey tool which was based on Keller's 1983 research, where he came up with an instructional material motivational survey model based on 36 questions associated with 4 motivational factors of his ARCS model itself. The tool has helped us to determine the effectiveness of the BTM on the student motivation at a specific point in time. So before the execution of phase 1, we have presented the survey to the students based on 36 questions. After the execution of traditional phase 1, we have presented the students once again with the same set of questions to compare the motivation, and then after the phase 2 gamified flipped classroom experience, the students were presented with the same set of questions again just to evaluate their motivation. So we have picked up all 3 values and then we have statistically compared it to see whether it is effective or not. As a result of this data collection, in total we have came up with 125 online survey responses from 75 students, and the response rate for the before course was 47%, during the course was 61%, and after the course it was 59%. To test the hypothesis of the result that we have collected, we have performed a paired t-test that are based on assumptions of normality. So we need to evaluate whether the data is normally distributed or not. So based on the test of assumptions, the assumptions were considered satisfied as the skew and kurtosis level were under the acceptable level, which is less than the maximum allowable values for t-test. So based on that, we came to the conclusion, we came to the results of the hypothesis where H1, for H1, the null hypothesis of equal mean between before course and during course was rejected with the p-value of less than 0.05. For hypothesis H1b, the null hypothesis of equal mean between during course and after course was accepted with the p-value greater than 0.05, and the null hypothesis for H1c was rejected between before course and after course with p-value less than 0.05. We have also done the comparison of the 4 motivational model factors of based on ARC's model itself, and we have done the comparison of attention during, before and after. We have done the comparison of relevance based on the questions for before, during and after, and so on. So before the course delivery, as I've already mentioned earlier, the students were very concerned and demotivated about the online experience and the mode of delivery and the assessments. So this was because of their unfamiliarity with the e-learning education paradigm, the weakness of the e-learning infrastructure, as I mentioned earlier, the complex environment at a lecturer's and the student homes based on the before course student evaluation. In phase 1, the lecturer has selected the customized strategies aligned with the ARC's model, such as we introduced the Blackboard Collaborate polling to gain the student attention. We have taken the examples from student areas during the lecture delivery to promote the relevance so that they can see how it is relevant to their financial background, how is it relevant to their management background. We have clearly identified the rubrics for online assessments and publishing it on Moodle to boost the student confidence, and in the context of real-time projects based on the student choices with guidelines for satisfaction. So these are the type of strategies that we have adopted for the phase 1. At the end of phase 1, the same students went through a during course evaluation to assess the motivation, whether their motivation got enhanced in some way or not. There was a significant improvement in the student motivation in terms of attention, relevance, confidence and satisfaction, as you can see in the graph. So this is representing the before delivery, and the orange line that you see in all 4 graphs are representing the during experience of the students in terms of motivation. So as a result, in phase 2, the lecturer has used a different set of customized strategies aligned with the ARC's model to sustain the student motivation. So this time, rather than enhancing it further, we have used the different strategies to keep it on the same level rather than getting demotivated or trying to enhance it further. We kept it on the same level. So the strategies that we have used included using the gamified or gamification tools for in-classroom MCQ assessments using the Kahoot and Socrative tools. For the attention, we have used the scenario-based tasks during a flipped classroom group breakout sessions to encourage the relevance. I have given the task and they went into the smaller groups. They have discussed it in that small group. They came up with the solution and then they presented it in a larger group. So that has actually connected their background and the relevance to whatever they are learning. In addition, I have also introduced multiple gamified assessments and the selection of best attempts towards their final grades. So taking the best of 3 and the best of 5, it can definitely boost the confidence in the students. Most importantly, an immediate feedback during a flipped classroom session for formal assessments can also enhance the confidence further. So at the end of the course delivery, the lecturer evaluates the student one last time to assess if the blended learning phase 1 and phase 2 of the course have positively affected the overall student motivation. So the overall effect of BTM was positive in students' motivation. So as a lecturer or designer, if the motivational challenge or deficiency arises, as it did for in our study because of the COVID-19 outbreak, then it is absolutely important. It is necessary, first of all, to first plan the motivational approach that will overcome these problems. So students require enhancements only when they are demotivated. If they are not, then you need to take different approach rather than exposing them to an unnecessary enhancement motivational technique that might have got a reverse effect on their experience. So in this study, we have shown the blended use of traditional flipped classroom and gamified teaching methodologies in alignment with ARC's model process and strategies with an adaptive implementation based on students' feedback before the course, during the course, and after the course. Here we can conclude that an adaptive implementation of BTM aligned with the ARC's model process, models, processes, and associated strategies can enable the enhancement and or sustainability of the students' motivation. So for the lecturers and designers, we should first of all identify the right combination of BTM and the activities through interactive motivational feedback of the students during, before, and after the delivery. So that customization is absolutely necessary. Let me just close this session by identifying the different limitations. For this study, we have used the convenience sampling through enrolled undergraduate students of the Business in IT course. So it does not consider different courses, programs, colleges, institutes, and educational level. In the future studies, we will focus on applying the recommendations presented in this study to enhance the course in different programs in other colleges as well as in educational levels. So by this, I will conclude and thank you very much.
Ladies, gentlemen, researchers, the day is gone. It has been a truly special experience of being part of this online version of DLI 2020. It has been truly inspiring for me. Thanks to all speakers, moderators, session chairs, and all active participants. You have done an outstanding job sharing with us your valuable knowledge, insights, and experiences on how to empower design, learning, and innovation. Thank you very much. Also thanks to EAI, who has managed the difficult task of making the technology work as it should. Thanks a lot. The recommendations to be derived from this conference will, I am confident, be a vital input for emergent technologies and innovative methods in the areas of inclusive and playful designs and learning with digital technologies. Our responsibility then is to carry on this research forward to ensure that it is placed high up on the international research agenda. Before closing the conference, I would like to announce the Best Paper Award of DLI 2020. So I do it now. This year it goes to the paper titled The Impact of Digitally Augmented Reading Instruction on Reading Motivation and Comprehension of Third Graders. It is authored by Pedro Ribeiro, Anna Michel, Christina Sylla, Ido Jürgel, and Wolfgang Müller. Congratulations to all of you. The diploma will be sent to you from EAI. We are all very proud of your achievement. Short after the conference ending, the Springer publication procedure will start. So be observant on communication from Springer. You also have the opportunity to submit an extended version of your paper to EAI endorsed transaction on creative technologies or on e-learning. Both are open access journals. So, this is it. I hereby close the DLI 2020. Again, thank you for your participation. Stay safe and enjoy the coming days. Thanks a lot.